ABC News with Mira McDonald. Good afternoon. The Socceroos are still reeling from their penalty shootout loss at the World Cup, while defending champion Argentina has survived a massive scare. ABC Sports' Amanda Shalala reports from New York City.
Both sides had already qualified for the knockout stage, but still went all out for the win in Miami. Davidson Sanchez thought he had the winner in stoppage time, but was marginally offside. The South Americans still top the group with that result. England finished on top of its group thanks to a 2-0 win over Panama. Harry Kane became the Three Lions' all-time leading tournament goal scorer with 11. And DR Congo's 3-1 victory over Uzbekistan has secured it a spot in the round of 32.
And there was a heavy police presence as thousands descended on 2 live streaming sites in Melbourne CBD for the Socceroos showdown against Egypt this morning. As Danushi Dyers reports, police say they were generally pleased with crowd behaviour.
At the break of dawn, an estimated 7,500 people packed into Fed Square, while another 6,000 gathered at Amy Park to watch the Socceroos take on Egypt. But excitement and hope
We want to be here next week against Argentina.
took a turn after a disappointing penalty shootout.
Absolutely devastated after a beautiful World Cup campaign. Pretty disappointing in the end. Look, really proud of the boys.
Despite the result, police say crowds did not disappoint them, with the large gathering being mostly well behaved. Police counted 11 flares during the game and have arrested 5 people. Some of them may face charges.
The United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organisation has recommended against placing the Great Barrier Reef on its official list of World Heritage Sites in danger. UNESCO's draft decision calls for a thorough assessment of the destruction caused by climate change and the most recent mass coral bleaching event. Federal Assistant Tourism Minister Nita Green says the government welcomes the decision.
It's incredibly important to protect this special icon, an icon that so many travellers visit from year to year, and an icon that supports 77,000 jobs. This decision that was released last night is a draft decision, but it recognises all of the work that the government's been putting into protecting the reef and managing the reef.
Police have expressed concern over the disappearance of a 39-year-old woman whose last known sighting was near a beach in Melbourne southeast. The woman from China, known as Yun or Michelle, was reported missing on Tuesday, and police have confirmed she was seen in a foreshore car park on the corner of Renaissance Street and Beach Road in Parkdale the next day. She's not been seen since. Police are concerned for her welfare, as she usually keeps in contact with relatives in China, but has suddenly gone quiet. The Air Wing, Water Police and officers are continuing a search of the foreshore and surrounding area today. The body of an American pilot shot dead by rebels in the Papuan Highlands has been recovered by the Indonesian military. Indonesia correspondent Tim Swanston reports the operation was captured in rare video footage.
American pilot Nicholas F. Gosselin was shot and killed on Thursday in a killing claimed by the West Papua National Liberation Army. Vision of this operation shows Indonesian special forces flying over the Papuan Highlands in a helicopter before landing and retrieving Mr. Gosselin's body, something they described as a rapid seizure operation involving 10 personnel. This vision, filmed by a local TV camera crew, it's a really rare look at an Indonesian military operation inside the interior of Papua, where an independence conflict has been playing out for decades.
Pop star Taylor Swift has married her American footballer boyfriend Travis Kelce at a star-studded wedding in New York City. Ali Crew reports.
A relationship that started with a friendship bracelet with Kelsey's phone number on it 3 years ago has led to wedding rings for the famous couple. The 36-year-olds have tied the knot at a ceremony at Madison Square Garden that was shrouded in secrecy and officiated by actor and comedian Adam Sandler. The news was revealed to the public with a marquee outside the Manhattan venue reading "Just Married." The bride and groom had outfits designed by Christian Dior Haute Couture, with Swift wearing Cartier jewellery. Around 1,000 people gathered inside to witness the event, while fans braved a hot day in New York to wait outside in the hopes of catching a glimpse of the newlyweds.
To the weather now. For the state, mostly cloudy with isolated showers near and south of the ranges, more extensive over the Dandenong Ranges and west and south Gippsland. For Melbourne, cloudy, the high chance of showers about the Dandenongs, the medium chance elsewhere, a top today of 13 degrees. Tomorrow, cloudy 14, Monday sunny 15, Tuesday partly cloudy and 14. It's currently 13 degrees. ABC News.
Gardner with a slog sweep into the leg side, and that's that. Australia, they're into the final.
World Cup final at Lords. Can't really ask for much more.
The ICC Women's T20 World Cup Final. Australia versus England.
World Cup finals are the games that you play for.
Can Australia find their best against the best and claim their 7th T20 crown?
Harry goes big this time, clears the road. That's 6.
Join ABC Sport for ball-by-ball coverage tonight on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
You're listening to AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen. This is AFL Saturday.
Are Brisbane still the team to beat as they prove too good for Geelong again down at the Cattery?
Spills down underneath McKenna, socks it inside 50. Charlie Cameron, handball away to Bailey. He's kicked 2 in a minute. This is overwhelming. A lights-out start from the Premiers. Brisbane have kicked 6 inside 14 minutes, and it's 6-love Brisbane.
Yeah, they were channeling Rafael Nadal, and it was 6-love after they started hot down there on Thursday night. Sydney, they've solidified second spot with a comfortable win over the Dogs. Are they ready for the top-of-the-table clash with Fremantle?
And pass away from Heaney, who snaps from the impossible angle. He does things that only Isaac Heaney can do. And he tumbles it through for his first goal tonight. There's your highlight.
And Lachie Neale goes on a dinner date with his old coach, the St Kilda coach, Ross Lyon. Is this level of transparency around player movement good for the game? And also, way back on Monday night, a Four Corners expose reveals the concerning prevalence of CTE in former footballers. Is this existential for the game as we know it? Welcome to AFL Saturday. Great to have your company. Ben Cameron in for Corbin Middlemass. And Mick Malthouse is down in Launceston. Luke Ball is here with me in the ABC studios. Mick, firstly to you, the football, the round ball world game, from a coaching point of view, should we have had an 18-year-old Lucas Harrington taking penalty number 4, Mick?
Why not?
He's 18.
Honestly, Mike Tyson won the world title at 18. Shane Gould held every freestyle from 100 metres to 1,500 metres at 15, Ben. So what has age got to do with it?
I didn't see Shane Gould or Mike Tyson taking a spot kick at a FIFA World Cup, Mick.
Yeah, but he did. But sorry, how old was the first one? How old was he?
You mean Scottish Harry? Yeah, Scottish Harry. Yeah, he's in his mid to late 20s.
Well, he missed, so I don't think age gets you in or miss. He was closer than Harry. Harry leant back on his. I don't know nothing about having spot shots there, Benny, but let me tell you, if you lean back when you're 20 metres out, you know what happens? You kick a point.
Yeah.
So when you lean back with a soccer ball, I guarantee you it's going to be lifted. So, they're the fundamentals, Ben. Look, we're all disappointed. I still think Australia did themselves proud. I'm still bitterly disappointed the AFL didn't come out and say, on behalf of our football community, we wish you the very best. I don't know why we're so scared. Actually, I do know why we're so scared now, because my granddaughter's playing soccer out at home of the Matildas in Bundoora. It's unbelievable in the numbers of kids out there, and the common thread was, we don't want our kids playing AFL because of concussion. It resonated right when you start talking to people. It's quite interesting, and what we've got to do is got to make sure that we don't lose our game because of it. And we totally understand we've got to protect the head. Off air, we're talking to Bawley how many times he'd been concussed, and you can see the effect it's had on him. So you just got to be careful.
Yeah, it is a concern. We'll talk about that with the Four Corners episode. Some great reporting by Jess Halloran back on Monday night. Bawley, come with me here.
Benny.
Tony Popovich, he got it wrong, didn't he?
We're all disappointed. We're all experts too.
Yep,
aren't we today? We're all experts, and I'm not going to pretend that I got up at 4, but I just had a suspicion that it would go to extra time. So I thought 6 o'clock will be early enough to get up and still see enough action. And sure enough, 1-1, and then with a couple of minutes to go in extra time, he makes the big call, doesn't he? And takes off our man the beach.
I think that was the right decision.
Oh, okay. You're going to have to convince me.
Matty Ryan's a very good penalty saver and a very good shot stopper, as is Beach, but it didn't work.
He hasn't played 1 minute the whole World Cup. Yep. There's something about a guy and he made some big saves, and that late in that second half too, he would have been chock full of confidence. I don't think it's not a fatigue thing. I wouldn't have thought. I mean, they don't have to do a heap of work.
It's a nerve thing, Thorley. As you say, it's a nerve. But if you can play the first game up and then the second game against the Americans and so forth, so his nerves clearly are good enough to do it. I think it's unwise for us to challenge.
Let's do it anyway.
Who goes in the goal? Who goes there? The idea would have been one in front on full time. That would have been the best case scenario.
Yeah. The penalty takers as well. Just quickly, Mick. I thought one of Mo Toure or Aiden Frustic should have taken the first penalty rather than Big Harry. But anyway, it's all done now. So what do you do?
Did your centre half back? Does he really need to take the first? I get it, he's a skipper, and I don't know. You're right. All we can do is compare it to a situation in our game, which we know a bit about. We like having your centre half back take your first kick and a 5-kick kickoff. Anyway, we are proud of the Mick. You're right. I think to get to that stage in the tournament wasn't necessarily expected. We had a tough group, so to come out of that. And you can just watch, when you see it now, as it gets to the pointy end, the quality, the level of skill really, really goes up, doesn't it, in the last 16. So we ended up finishing, roughly where we are ranked in the world. We're sort of 28, so
it's pretty interesting. The way they've done it is outstanding in many respects, because Italy would beat us. There's no question. They don't make the final because of the way it's designed with Europe, Asia, North America, South America, and Africa. It gives every continent an opportunity to perform in that 48. And there was a bit of criticism about going from 32 to 48, but I just think if soccer to include some of the more undeveloped countries or the younger countries or the ones that don't have the same facilities, I think they've done the right thing. 48, a lot of criticism, but it's certainly like Germany and Holland out of it. Straight away you go, really? And who beat them? Yes.
Yeah. Well, the game after ours, Cape Verde nearly caused the upset of the tournament, didn't they, against Argentina?
Let's move on from the World Cup. Colombia and Ghana.
Let's talk about something about half a clue about.
Yeah, correct. 1-0 Colombia lead Ghana in that match at the moment. Last night, Mick, I'll start with you. Sydney taking on the Western Bulldogs. They kicked the first 6 goals of the game, and really that was the margin in the end. They win by 35 points. It sort of oscillated between a little bit more and a little bit less of that, but it always looked like Sydney would win. But they did it a little differently last night, didn't they? They used the flanks a little bit more. They went into a kick mark game at different times. It wasn't so much of that forward handball that we've seen from them.
Well, I think Sydney, full credit to Dean Cox for a start off. I think you have to reinvent your side from time to time. And sometimes you've got to do that during the course of the year. And you may have to do it when you're sitting second on the ladder. Be fair to say, Borley, in 2010, we were beaten by St Kilda early in the season, and I think I might have made the comment, they won't beat us again, only because I just felt this confidence that we could adjust the game then to beat what perceived to be the best side with St Kilda. And I reckon that Dean Cox has looked at the results. They're sitting second on the ladder, but they've been beaten and badly, but they haven't beaten too many top sides. Now, I don't think the Dogs are a top side. Right now, they're struggling with numbers. They don't know what to do with English, which is I'm just bewildered by that, really bewildered by it, particularly when you see Grundy, who's been less than great against some of the ruckmen going around, but he monsters those that he should monster, and he absolutely monsters those sort of... Timmy English has got to be able to jump over him, because Grundy doesn't jump, but for some reason or another he wasn't in the centre that often. So Sydney have to adjust now, knowing they're probably going to finish in the top 4, to combat sides like Fremantle, like Hawthorn, like Geelong. Who else is in? That's about the top 4. I think
Adelaide, maybe top 6.
But you've got to look at the top sides, Bully, and go, now, what do they do better than us, and how do we counter that? So I'm with experimentation this time of the year.
Yeah, what do they do too? The good sides take away your one word, don't they? Your strengths. Yeah. So you're right. It's really good coaching. It's adjusting on the run through the season.
It's not been pig-headed bully, is it?
No, exactly, Mick. Yeah, and so the first half of the year, all the talk was the Swans forward handball game, their run and gun game off half-back. Well, last night it was the territory game that won them the game. You know, I think their ability to be able to lock the ball in, and I think I heard a stat. They're a top 2 team in terms of scoring from front half. So all the talk around there, you know, you think Blakey, you think the Swans, you think Warner through the corridor, their back half game. That at the start of the year when things are fast and free flowing, that can work, and that got them out of the blocks, didn't it? Now through the middle part of the year, and as you narrow in towards September, the game starts to shift a little bit, doesn't it? And becomes a bit more contested. The better teams start to go to school and pick you apart a bit. So it was a really good adjustment. I think clearances, it felt like the Swans were in control. The numbers showed that were pretty even, but the Swans' ability to be able to defend in the front half and lock the ball in, turn the ball over in their front half rather than let it get to their back 50 was the difference last night. And they really never looked, after that first quarter. They really, as you said, the Dogs, good players, who they're still far too heavily reliant on. We'll talk about, their defence is still a real issue to the point where, they had to put their ruckman down to full back, which is another discussion to your point, Mick.
Paulie, I'm going to throw you this question, and I know it sounds a bit contentious. I still worry that the leading goal kicker has kicked big scores, particularly against the Dogs, who haven't got a good key, a really decent key back. I mean, they're growing. O'Donnell's growing, but he's miles behind what, say, Barras is and Battle and these sort of players. That when they get to the big games, Curnow has let them down. Yep. And whether or not, come finals, he's not going to be playing against sides that don't have good key backs or a good back system. He will need another forward to be able to combat the fact that the energies go to him, and if he gets taken to the game, who is next? Okay, Papley's not playing here. He's a small, medium forward, and he's a great forward. There's no question. He's one of the best forwards going around. But they need another tall, and I'm not sure that they've got that against the best sides.
Well, they did McLean last night. And I think
the best sides.
I think they get a chance, though, without a Marty now. And the jury was out a bit on whether you can be too tall. And to your point, are they only one-trick ponies, those guys? And the challenges are going to come for Curnow, as you said. Now, he's had a terrific year. First year at a new club. So
he's had a terrific year against bottom sides.
Yeah, I understand. So the challenge is going to come for him. I thought McLean was a real positive last night. McDonald went out of the side. They brought in Hamling just to stretch, more as a horses for courses, I think, to stretch the Dogs' lack of key position depth behind the footy. And we get a really good look at it this week, don't we? And when they go over to Perth and play against one of, if not the best defences in the competition. So you're right, the jury's still out on them forward of the ball, but I feel like the balance looked better last night. So I think there's a room for one more tall to come in. McDonald probably comes back in. Then, from all reports, Amarty's going to be out for the majority of the year anyway. So I think it'll work okay for them. No, but I think Curnow, McDonald and McLean coming, resting in the ruck as well. I think that's their best look.
Just on the ball movement game as well. I feel like everyone gets very excited about ball movement from your back half, very sexy in the modern game, but finals still very much a forward half game, and can you pin it in your forward half? Just on Sydney as well, Mick, you alluded to this. Their wins against the lesser sides, their losses have been against Hawthorn, Geelong and Brisbane, and now they come up against Fremantle, so they have generally won against the lesser teams. This was Dean Cox last night speaking about the evolution of their game, though.
I think, it was just tough to play the way you were at the start of the season for a whole season. And part of that is that certain modes at which we want to play, we don't want to only do that. So for the whole season, we are still learning about what will work next week against Fremantle, the following week against Adelaide, and they'll look differently. And, we've got to build belief and some experience in those games that we're good enough to match the best, and when we play a certain way, we don't have to only play one way.
So that was Dean Cox post-game last night. Turning our attention to the Western Bulldogs, Mick, your old club, 9-7 on the season. It feels like they're in a very familiar spot. The Magnets are getting flicked around. They're middle of the pack. Can they put it all together and make a run in the back half of the season? And We saw it again last night. Luke Beveridge moved their star ruckman, who they seem to win when he plays, when he plays, and lose when he doesn't. He moved him to fullback. What message was he trying to send there?
No, I really don't know. Look, I trust Luke Beveridge's coaching and his philosophies because I know him. Two is I just think he's smart enough to get it right. Now, there was a massive question mark whether English would play, and I'm wondering whether that had any bearing whatsoever. I don't know whether it stopped him from jumping or shoulder or I don't know, and I don't think anyone knows. But I'm just looking at the ladder now. The likelihood is, like, if let's say North Melbourne win. If North Melbourne win, they'll go above them. That tosses them into that territory of that wild card. Destiny's in their own hands whether they can make the top 6. And I think the top 6 is a bit different than the top 4 these days because I think 5th and 6th get a distinct advantage in that first week or second week of the finals, apparently. But the worry for the Dogs is that their depth outside of the top 7 or 8, and then it goes down another 7 or 8. Then the next level, are they really good enough against the top sides? The answer is probably not. They need Bontempelli. It falls onto him so often, and English,
and Richards,
and Dale, and Richards. Waitman has got to get back into. So the other bloke who gets off the hook so often, and I like him, but Norton just doesn't. Somewhere or another, I reckon at some stage, and I will not question Luke Beveridge, but personally I would like to see him go up the ground into a key half forward where he can get up the ground a bit and come back and get that bit of space. It just seems to, at full forward seems to, if he gets locked in, he's got no space but other than the aerial. And how often do you see a great mark? Not often in today's football. So if he takes 2 of those and kicks 2 goals, that's not enough. He's got to get more outside 50 football and bring it back in himself.
Yeah. It was just going back to Tim English. Yeah, to me, and I think it was Jason Dunstall. It was a vote. It looked like a real vote of no confidence. Now he might have been a bit sore going, but he got. I mean, this is as you said, Ben. This is your star ruckman.
Yeah.
And when he plays well, he does look like a star ruckman. A top, 1, 2 ruckman. Well, it looked like it, Mick, last night because in the end it was like that to hide him and to pull back. And even not to put him forward and maybe try Norton back but I know Lob's their rest ruckman, and he plays behind the footy, so that's their system, the way they have to do it. So
Norton's magnet is the only one that's glued to the board for Luke Beveridge.
Right, but I would have thought surely the first port of call was at half time. And the hit-out numbers, and they're not hit-outs anyway, but there were hit-outs to advantage. And it was real good old, I love it, real old school, especially at Sydney where you can really score out of the set of bounds. It was real belted forward, surge territory, and then lock the ball in. And we mentioned earlier about that's how they set up the game.
But Paulie, just going to jump in 1 second there, Paulie. 2 years ago, I probably would have been sitting with you on the show before the grand final, or the weeks before the grand final. And one of the things we said, it was a Brisbane-Sydney. They played each other, didn't they? Yeah. No, or Geelong, was it? Geelong? Who played Sydney? Who battled Sydney in that grand final?
Brisbane.
Yeah. So, of course it was.
Both of them did.
Yeah,
2022 and 2024.
That's right. So what I was saying, that with the centre square, Grundy doesn't jump. He doesn't jump. And I'm thinking, well, how's Fort going to get over him? How's this going to work out? Well, he did. He muscled him and negated anything that Grundy did. Last night, I'm still waiting for, when you look at some of these ruckmen, that young Williams of West Coast, his jumping capacity, he only needs another experienced player in there, and they'll start dominating because he gets up with the new rule and just puts it where you like. How Grundy gets away with it against the sides is against non-jumping ruckman. If you've got a jumping ruckman, Grundy struggles, and that's why I reckon that Sydney struggle against the best sides because they know how to negate his ability to use the ball.
Just back to English though, he can look timid at times, can't he? Now I know he's had some...
Not timid, that's not the word.
Oh,
it's
not physical. Word. Not physical enough, Mick. Not physical enough.
Well,
he got monstered around the ground too.
I just don't think that word applies to him, not intimidate. I just think that he's a different sort of ruckman that can jump, but somehow or another doesn't seem to dominate that with the hand on the ball.
We haven't forgotten. I mean, Sam Darcy, clearly he's a huge ad, isn't he? Yeah. So both in the ruck, pinching it, but also the impact, the flow and effect on Norton's been significant for him.
Just before we move on from this game, Sydney coming up against Fremantle next week. We've had to wait until round 18 to get that matchup.
Yeah.
No, so finally we get it. I spoke about who Sydney have lost to. Will they find their level next week against Fremantle?
I think so. Although I did like what I saw. It was a good response last night because they got a good audit and a good punch in the face from Brisbane the week before. It was a good response last night. They're still missing a few key players. You look around the edges last night. They're still pretty young, so that is when you think about the key moments.
Throw Papley in there.
Yeah, that's right. There's still a reliance on Heaney and Warner, and then Curnow, to kick goals. There's still obviously McInerney out, Papley you mentioned, so
they'll do well next week.
We'll see. Yeah, I think though, given how healthy and how unreliant, or the fact that the Freo aren't as reliant on individuals, it'll be a really good game. It's a great test, and it's sad that we've had to wait this long for it, as you mentioned, Ben.
Can I just throw in there? You guys might be more updated. The key back for Sydney, McCartan, is he available?
Well, he should be. Yeah.
Because if he comes in, that could from his concussion. Yeah, of course he did.
Yeah.
So if he can control one of those key forwards, Amadi out is not a worry. Because I reckon him and Kernan haven't hit it off. I think they've got to find a different combination. It'll be, like you say, time and time again, Bawley, it's battle of the midfield. And that's where it'll lay next week. Imagine, I'll be interested to see whether Heaney gets tagged.
Yeah.
Because he's clearly their versatile mid to forward.
Just on the Dockers as well, I'm sorry to anyone who's listening out west, where we resided for a long time, Mick, but since the year 2000, the team on top of the ladder at the end of round 16, like the Dockers were, have won 5 of the 25 premierships. So they're only a 1 in 5 chance of winning the flag from here. Coming up next, we will discuss Brisbane. Are they still the team to beat after they just flexed on Geelong back on Thursday night?
Comedy, music and tricky clues.
Because Spicks and Specs is back. More music than a comedy night, more comedy than a concert, and enough trivia to impress your co-workers for weeks.
New Spicks and Specs. Back Wednesday, July 8 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is AFL Saturday
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital
and ABC Listen. Just look for the AFL button.
Remiss of me not to mention earlier too, you got the rookie in the chair, so you got to forgive me. 1300 558 222 is the number if you wish to call up and get involved. 1300 558 222, or you can text in 0437 222 774 if you wish to get involved. I was down there on Thursday night watching the game at the Cattery between Brisbane and Geelong, and once again, Mick, in a game that really matters, Brisbane were just too good for Geelong. How did they do it?
Yes, it's very interesting. Just going over some stats. I'm going to throw this in and just walk away from it, so don't expect any response. Free kick 16-9. It's amazing how many times that's in the affirmative down at Geelong. So I'll leave that. Now, the other stat, and Geelong don't get beaten with this one, but they have. And this is the interesting one for me. 69 to 52 inside 50s. That is substantial for Geelong. If they end up with 69, you walk away going, they've had a 10-goal victory. I thought their fight back was outstanding. And I was listening to Chris Scott in his interview, and even though there was, it was 8 goals to, I'm going to get the stats here, 8 goals to, 1 at quarter time or thereabouts.
It was 8 goals zip, I think, wasn't it? No, they kicked that one late. Yeah,
no, Dangerfield kicked one. And he said, we weren't worried because we weren't playing bad football. Looking at that game, I totally agree with him. They were goals made out of nothing. Some looked really easy because
they
got in their forward line so quick. But Geelong, to me, never ever looked out of it. They are a side that I don't think they worry about the scoreboard. As a coach that's been there now for 15 or 16 years, whatever he's been there, he knows his team, and that's when you've got the experience of that team, you go, well, okay, we might be down, but we're not out of it, and they were never out of it. That's what makes me say about Geelong. I read, they've lost 4 of the last 5, 4 out of 5. they are. I still think the best Victorian side in it.
Yeah.
At the moment.
Could be 8th by the end of the week.
Yeah, Hawthorn could take over, but I still think Geelong are the side.
Just on that, can I just one of my observations when I'm down on the boundary, I find it remarkable. Like it's 8 goals to 1 at quarter time, and I see Chris Scott come out, and he's quite languid and relaxed, and he sort of just casually puts on his big puffer jacket, rolls over, lets Dangerfield and Blitzarves address the group primarily. He sort of gathers himself while the line coaches speak to the group. Then he addresses them, but it's not demonstrative in any way. So you're exactly right, Mick. Like he didn't seem panicked or stressed in any way.
Well, it's the beauty of having the experience and the leadership that he has in his team, doesn't he? But it was as much their undoing, which he referenced after. It was 6 goals straight from turnover in that first quarter. So you picture Bailey Smith, who was a bit rusty after a couple of weeks off, just missing a switch kick, easy goal. Guthrie, wasn't it? From the kick out or from deep in defence, easy goal, and the Lions couldn't miss. Yeah, as you said, Mick, they took their chance. But that's what they can do exactly. Yeah. And then they did it again in the third quarter when they were challenged. So that's we'll talk about the winners. I thought it was another really strong performance. They've got gears more than any other team. And you think about they've got some players to come back into the team too. That's the scary part. Mick, you mentioned the inside 50s for Geelong. Yeah. The challenge at the moment is they haven't got Jeremy Cameron on the end of kicking the goals.
How's he going?
That's the real challenge.
Can I just ask Benny one little question? You're on the ground, Ben. Why? Look, my indication was that there wasn't an advantage, and yet I'm looking at the scores: 8-1-8, and I'm talking about Brisbane 8-1 and 8, and then 2. Was there any wind advantage?
No, if anything, it was favouring the Barwon River end, which was the end that wasn't having any scoring.
So that's so even when you look at the half-time scores, I know that it was 31 shots to 28, but after half-time it was still 10-3 to 7-6. Brisbane seemed to have enough just to get in front and stay in front, but Geelong are always going to keep coming. And that's what makes them a good football side.
Yeah, and led by Dangerfield, who's still doing it. It's amazing.
Wow,
the level that he's still playing at and the power that he's still got. But Cameron, what do you do with Cameron, Mick? Without knowing the ins and outs of his injury, and we might have a grab here from Chris, but we'll ask you after this.
Well, we'll go to the phones. I think Michael wants to make a point around that. Michael has given us a buzz on 1300 558 222. Michael, welcome.
Good afternoon, Ben. I'm not a question about St Kilda, but Cameron is one of our great players, and to watch him play like this, I think, is really sad because he's obviously carrying this horrendous injury that is not going to get better, apparently, because it's not just Thursday. It's been weeks and weeks. Yeah. He's had no possessions in about 4 quarters over the last 3 weeks. My question is this. Do you guys think if Geelong can't win the grand final or win a grand final with him playing like this, do you just say, well, that's it, let's put him out till next year? It seems such a... No. But they can't win a grand final with him playing like this, Mick?
No, I get what you're saying. In fact, I totally agree with what you're saying outside of the fact that we've still got a number of weeks to go. I know Chris Scott, I'm talking about here, has gone out of his way to say, no, he's fit. We've spoken to the medicals, no, he's fit. I think there gets a time when you are fit, but your confidence is so low that perhaps, and I only say perhaps, send him up to the sun for a week. Let him get the sun on his back. Bring him back, have another week of training, 2 weeks away from the hurly-burly of just being hit, and just ease him back into the side. I think it'd be a real mistake not to persevere and want him to play finals, but perhaps there's a little gap there that can set you say, I know we did it, Bally, with a couple of players who were really, really sore, and we put them away for a week or so. In fact, I think they missed the Melbourne game from memory, and we won the game, but those players come back and they just had the sun on their back and they felt better about themselves.
I think all Camerons should go up north and have a week off and get the sun on their back. I think they deserve it with what they've done in the early part of the season.
I can see you're related to him too.
Just on Brisbane though, you can't, I think Corbyn said, you can't fool the players about whether a game early on in the season has real meaning to it.
Definitely.
Is this a group that knows that, look, it's getting to the witching hour and they're starting to ratchet it up? And are they still the team to beat, Paulie?
I think Fremantle are still entitled to be favourites. They can't do any more. Obviously, the question around them is, under finals pressure, can they stand up? Now they're going to get home finals, so you feel like they're going to go in heavy favourites in those first couple of rounds, and they've got to come to Melbourne. But yeah, I think Brisbane are coming. And to answer your question, and I think I've been pretty consistent with this throughout the start of the year too. You're right. You've only got, Dean Cox sort of referenced it there, you've only got a finite amount of energy across the year, don't you? So they know, they've been there in the last 2 years. They know that a game in April or May just isn't, not to be sort of too flippant about it, but they just need to qualify and time and get themselves playing at a level, from now, almost from here on in. So they're building really well. I think at the start of the year I said, I reckon they can win. With the talent they've got on their list, they can win it at 90%. No other team can. Now, Freo have jumped out of the blocks, and their health and availability is unbelievable at the moment. Can they maintain it? I still think they probably need a Hugh McCluggage and a Dane Zorko in a prelim final, I think.
Just on that finite energy, jumping to Fremantle, I mean, Mick, the travel load and the travel burden coming out of WA. It sounds like Fremantle aren't going to rest players down the stretch. They're going to finish top 2, should they?
Oh, I believe so. I do believe
with
so.
The travel,
yeah. And look, people don't understand that unless you've actually coached it or played it. It is an enormous task over the journey. It's like you might say, 1 week, yeah, okay, but if you do it, and then the bonus to Fremantle has been North Melbourne having a home game in Western Australia. So you've gone a couple of weeks in fact, I think 3 weeks without travel. That's a real bonus, and people won't understand that unless you've been there. They've got the bye at the end. We hate that bye at the end, but it's there. That's another one. If you're going to fit, look, I've written an article and it's in today, and one of them is who's key to your team. Jackson, they'll win games without Jackson, but to be sure you're going to win games, Jackson needs to play. Now, he may be a player that, you've got to put personal glory away from team glory here. They say, he might be in line for a Brownlow. Well, I reckon Dacos has probably got enough votes right now. He could probably fold it up and still win the Brownlow. So that's incidental. Every Brownlow medalist you ever hear talk, they go, I'd give this away for a premiership. So Jackson's the bloke they've got to protect probably more than anyone else in that team. Heaney's another one down in Sydney. At Geelong, though, you go, I'm not sure, because... And same with Hawthorn. They could probably have 1 or 2 out and maybe get away with it. Day is certainly topped up Hawthorn, but getting what you said, Ben, I would be really looking at giving Jackson a breather, probably about 2 or 3 weeks out. Now, I don't know how that goes with who they're playing, but that's certainly what I would consider.
So they're in Sydney tonight or today. After that, it's a pretty good run. They've only got to go to Adelaide, and then they play Melbourne, I think, in about round 20 at the MC. Yeah. I reckon they'll want to play at the MCG.
Got to play at the MCG. Right. Got to get your best side on the MCG. Take all the kids over, let them walk around and let them know it.
So other than that, they're pretty well at home. So I think you keep it rolling. Don't play with it too much.
On the most important player for Geelong, it might be Max Holmes, who had another phantom hamstring on Thursday night. So you go back to that 2022 prelim. Yeah. It was really the time that he spent on the bench before that. 2024, I should say. Prelim, the time he spent on the bench that Brisbane swung the game in the third quarter.
Yes.
He went back out on the ground. We know what happened after that. It's happened again, seemingly on Thursday night, so that is a bit of an issue for Geelong. Some SMSs rolling through. Come on, fellas. This is boring. This is from Luke. Everyone knows the Blues aren't losing again this year, so please talk about the September celebrations on Lygon Street. Brett in Canberra says, Marty is no good. Swans are a better team without him.
Yeah,
this is anonymous. It says, Ben, get on board the purple train. And
he is.
Carolyn says, I am. The ones who missed looked like they thought they were kicking an AFL goal. That's in the penalty shootout. And James from Montalbert says, interesting the head issue. Not enough done in Australian soccer to protect young players from headers, Mick. English soccer protects youngsters better. That's from James.
Well, how do they do that?
I wonder how they do that.
You've been at soccer this morning?
They might be banned, Bally. Who knows?
Presumably banned at an early age.
So those balls are heavy when they get a bit wet. I'd hate to be heading a ball when you've got it coming, as you said, Bully, about 60 k's an hour from 20 or 30 metres away and whacks us fair in the skull.
It is a funny thing,
isn't it? It is,
isn't it? Just in general. I get the skill of not using your hands, but who thought, okay, what about we use our heads instead?
And it's like
the old leather
exactly,
balls in the 50s, 60s and 70s.
That stuff. Anyway.
There are old players who have had, I think, CTE issues, and they believe linked back to that. Coming up next, it's a nice segue into what we're going to speak about, the Four Corners expose from Monday night. Deeply concerning if you are someone who loves Australian rules football and the way it has been played for a long period of time. We'll discuss that next.
The crowd ready to witness some history.
The Wallaby Gold is back.
He's got 50 to run. Max Jorgensen is going to score for Australia.
ABC Sport is your home of the Wallabies this month.
And Australia wins the Test match.
Tune in for every home test on ABC Listen. Just look for the ABC Sport Extra button. This is AFL Saturday
on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital
and ABC Listen. Just look for the AFL button.
1300 558 222. We'd particularly love to hear from you if you did watch Four Corners back on Monday night. The expose on that program by Jess Halloran around CTE in the game of Aussie rules football and past players who have suffered from it. So back on Monday night, it followed Nick Loudon, who was a 17-year-old when he was concussed, went on to play in a Sandford Premiership and unfortunately suicided. And his brain was shown after death to have significant CTE prevalence. Matty Robbins, who played for the Western Bulldogs in the 2000s, he spoke about the challenges he's facing post-football in his early 40s, dealing with memory loss. Certainly believes that he has CTE. Mick, I know you watched it. How unnerving did you find it, watching it on Monday night?
Very, very much. Given that with Matt, I know he's down at the Peninsula and he coaches down there. My grandson plays in the same club, 1 year up, and I've seen Matt regularly. We just have a chat from time to time. He's down there because of my son-in-law who introduced him to that type of area. And the frightening thing, he made a statement at the end of that was absolutely frightening, that he would not want to see his wife or kids see him like some players end up. So that's a frightening statement. And I dare say that he wouldn't be the only one saying that. And also, unfortunately, he would not be Robinson Crusoe. There'd be so many out there. So I said to you, Bully, how many, I don't know if you're prepared to say it on air, how many times that you've had concussion. And that's a scary stat, Bully. I can say it. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. But I think we all worry about that. And that show, it would scare the life out of a lot of mums and perhaps even dads saying, well, is there a better way? It's fundamentally, if there is a better way, it's fundamentally going to change our game.
Yeah,
that's the way I see it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Mick. And the bit that scared me is that what my main takeaway was that it's not so much about the really big concussion, it is about the subconcussive blows. So the thousands of instances that you have when you bump as a teenager, you tackled as a teenager, playing football over a long period of time. And really, watching that on Monday night as someone who now has a young son, I've always said that the social, the health, the learnings that you get out of playing the game, like overcoming adversity, outweigh the negatives. It was the first time I've equivocated about whether I want my son to play Australian rules football.
Yeah, I didn't see it, I must admit, so just getting up to speed with it now. And it's something, Mick, it is something that's in the back of your mind, absolutely. I remember almost wearing it as a badge of honour. Early days, before we knew too much about it, you go out, you might put yourself in a dangerous position, get a whack and go and sit on the bench if you had to and wait for the butterflies to fly away and then get out there again and try and inspire the troops. But, we're so much better at it now. I tend to be, whilst respecting absolutely the seriousness of it and the challenges that some people are facing, I tend to be trying to be a bit more optimistic about those things that you're talking about, Ben, and the fact that the game's gone to great lengths to try and certainly outlaw the not outlaw, but mitigate for the serious hits that we see now and the serious occurrences that we see, and you're never going to be able to do that fully, And where I sit at the moment, it's still very much. I feel like the benefits of playing the sport and being involved in the team and all that sort of stuff outweigh the other side of it. But when you see stuff like that, you're right. You tend, or you can absolutely see why. Nick, the things that you were talking about before, that parent, I'm parent as well, that you think, maybe we need to have a
well, it's interesting, Paulie. I've got very quickly. I know I've got 10 grandchildren, 5 girls and 5 boys, and there's 2 3 at the moment, and they're the boys that play out of the 5, and one's too young at this stage. But I know that his father will have him out there having a kick of the football soon when he's old enough to play Oz kick and that sort of stuff. It has it, but the girls are all gone, no, not for us, So I think it's, and I don't think the girls are old enough to understand about the concussions. I think it's a major shift that the AFL have to look at. I think the AFL, Bully, you're right, have done everything they can at the moment under the rules of the game. I think I'm right here to say that young kids, if they get a concussion or get knocked to the head, they've got to have 2 weeks off. I think that's a good thing. They might say, "Oh, look, we want to get back." I think it's 21 days. 3 weeks. Well, I'm not opposed to that. After watching that show, I'm not opposed to that. I just think that do you bring in some sort of thing, mandatory thing, at what age they're allowed to tackle and that sort of stuff? I think they've already got some rules in there. So I think we're doing a lot of things right. But you can't change the past. You've been knocked out a few times, as I have, but you can't change that. We just wear it.
Yeah. So I think what they're suggesting is no contact until or no tackling until age 14. Restrictions on contact training throughout all levels and longer stand-down periods. So there is a 100-player-strong $1 billion class action that is coming down the pike for the AFL.
Suggesting 1 million or 1 billion?
1 billion. Yeah, which is a real concern. Back to the phones. Jacob is in Hamilton. Hello, Jacob.
G'day, gents. How you going?
Very well, thank you.
Oh, that's good. I just wanted to call. I was feeling a bit funny about the Thursday night game, and everyone's worried about Geelong losing, but I just need to remind everyone, don't worry, they're just holding it until finals, guys, like they did against Fremantle, So I don't know. I thought it was a bit silly, that comment they said against Freo. They're like, they're holding their weapons back and they're going to save it for finals. But if they're not too careful, they've got a pretty good run home. But, they could miss top 4 and then they it just seems like a stupid comment. Why was that being peddled?
You're spot on. That's a comment made by people who maybe that's what they think, but reality is you don't hold back like that because you can lose your form, as Cameron has done. You can't play with form. Form is one of those things you just don't muck around. You cut the player out totally, let him have a breather, or in the game style, yes, you do experiment. Make no mistake about it. Chris Scott's old enough and wise enough to know that you do experiment, but you don't go out to deliberately lose. Or, in fact, the psychological effect is we've won the game and we can now, and they know we're coming. So you're spot on. I think it's better that you win games of football than lose games and make out that you're going to be different when the final comes.
Yeah, they've got to go to school. The Lions have got their measure at the moment. Yeah, as they do a lot of teams. That's not a big. It's obviously not a grand statement, is it? They do with most teams, but the Lions in particular. They've just got the Cats measure at the moment.
You need to be top 6 to win it too. Like, you're not going to win 5 games in a row to win the flag.
Especially from that stupid thing that they've got in.
Yeah. So they could be 8th by the end of the weekend. Like I said, Stuart is the next of our callers. Hello, Stuart.
Yeah, g'day, fellas. The question I've got is, how does the concussion in the AFL stack up against rugby league and rugby union? Because, you look at the way those guys hit each other and, going full football, surely they'd have you would imagine they would have quite a few concussions, there. But because AFL worries me because of the amount that they're having. And, I sure as hell I wouldn't want my grandsons playing Aussie rules.
Yeah, well, there you go.
That's the same rules that rugby league. You're absolutely right.
That's an interesting. That's a last comment there was very interesting. He's probably only hoping his grandson plays or doesn't play. But that's an interesting that he doesn't want his grandson playing football. I mean, that's a big statement in what we're used to. We used to always, we want our grandsons, we want our sons to play footy. But that's now people are starting to question it.
Archie might have to stick to golf. His swing's already looking pretty good. Let's turn our attention to player movement. I spoke to Danny Daly back on Thursday night pre-game, the Brisbane Lions GM of footy, the man who Mick gave his first gig in footy as well. And we had this interesting little dialogue.
Lockie's got a couple of meetings this weekend that he's told us about. I think he's expecting Ross to bring a nice bottle of red for him as well. So if Ross is listening, he'll make sure you turn up with a red. But yeah, he's got to do his due diligence and get around the teams, and hopefully Lockie ends up staying with us. But we understand the situation that Lockie's in with his family, etc. So whatever will be. But that's the landscape of the AFL at the minute.
So what are the other meetings that Lockie's got?
I shouldn't have said that, should I?
Oh, that was very handy. We appreciate that. Thanks, Danny. You let that slip out. Are you comfortable around friends?
I think Essendon's been mentioned, hasn't it? So we'll stick with Essendon.
Okay, we'll stick with Essendon. So it sounds like he's got a few meetings this weekend, which is fascinating. I'm not sure it's just Essendon either and just St Kilda. There might be a couple of other clubs in amongst all of that, maybe Collingwood as well, and maybe even more than that. But, Mick, where we're at the moment, it feels like, or maybe I'll start with you, Ball. It feels like we've gone very quickly from this is taboo, it's not spoken about at all, to now it being very open. And not only do coaches meet with them, they speak about it very openly.
I like the material. I like the Daily and then the Chris Fagan response when he's asked about it after the game. Now, maybe it's easier to say that when you're two back-to-back premiers and you got a real shot at a third here. And we're talking about a dual Brownlow medalist, 300-gamer, who is coming towards the end of his career. And I just like the way they spoke about it. And from a player's point of view, they have to. They have to de-risk their future. This is their... we know if they can get to... past 10 years career in footy, the risk they're taking. We just spent 10 minutes talking about the risk they're taking with their physical future. They have to look at ways to de-risk their future and maximise their earnings in the game. And I know, Mick, you'll have a slightly contrary view, and maybe it's a horses for courses thing, because if you go over to the Gold Coast, it clearly seems to be affecting a few of the players there. So
no question.
All's well and good when it's a player. But I think the managers and the agents have got to play a role in this too. They're the ones who are close to it, who have to identify that going down this path is going to affect this player's form. And so maybe we have to shelve it for now. Whereas from Lachie Neale's point of view, I love the openness and maturity about it. He's going to go... He's playing great footy. He's going to go full bore trying to win the Lions premiership this year. It might get to the stage where he even announces it, what he's doing next year before the end of the season. Whether he does or he doesn't, there's never going to be any question as to how Lachie prepares himself to play his role and play his best footy for his team. So that's where I sit on it.
I think it's absolutely... We all know it's odds on that he's going to leave. I think it's odds on that King's going to leave. Just the way he's going about playing and what's the torment with Damien Hardwick and the side at the moment. They're seeing their side over the journey disintegrate, and just when they thought playing finals football would solidify the whole squad, no, it's fallen away, and some players are starting to make it pretty obvious they're not going to be there. When I think it's what you said, Bully. Some sides are mature enough to take it, other sides aren't, and I remember at Carlton when I was there, and there was a lot of talk about Eddie Betts. I had Eddie around at our place with his wife, and all they wanted to do was talk about, well, particularly his wife, only wanted to talk about Dale Thomas and what he was getting, which one thing I don't do is interfere with what players get and what players they don't get. But you knew from that meeting that night that Eddie was not going to be at Carlton the next year. And I think that there was a little bit of a fall-off there, and particularly with a few of his mates around him, just a little bit of a fall-off. So there's going to be sides that can cope with it, and there's others that can't cope with it. And I just think it's best to be always behind doors and keep it as quiet as you possibly can. That's my take on it. I know that things change, and I'm old, and this is the old system. You kept things to yourself. Not anymore. It's sort of out there.
Which is what Chris Fagan said after the game, wasn't it?
And Chris Fagan's done it very, very well, Chris. He's done it very, very well. I mean, he's also a realist.
That's right.
Because he's picked up, they picked up Oscar Allen. You can't tell me that Oscar Allen, when he was at West Coast, that didn't have a massive effect on the West Coast Eagles players and him in particular.
Geez, they're going to do well, Ben, aren't they, to keep the dinner location quiet tonight. If we don't see a photo, if we don't see a photo coming out at some stage in the next couple of days of that dinner and the bottle of wine that was provided, I'd be staggered.
Oh, I think, and he did mention that they always catch up with a fellow mutual friend that they have. I have a
you've
feeling.
Got a little scoop on that, have you?
I have a suspicion that might be Zach Dawson. Obviously played
Fremantle
with Lockie at Fremantle, lives in Melbourne now. He's a funny man, Zach Dawson. I think he was one of the most misunderstood people in footy. He was often lambasted by fans. He was sort of a whipping boy, but I saw him at the airport one day, Mick. Jesse Hogan had booted 4 on him. He had scratches all over his arms. Did you play with him at St Kilda?
Yeah.
I said, oh, gee, Zach, you got scratches all over your arms? He said, I don't know how I got these. I didn't get near Jesse Hogan all night, so I did well to get scratched, but he's a good man. Some text coming through. Perhaps we could have some comments about granddaughters playing as well as sons. All-male panel, 0 discussions of AFLW. I think you did mention your granddaughters, Nick.
Yeah, I mentioned my daughters.
And Bawley mentioned his daughters. I only have a son, so I can only speak about him, but
no,
hopefully
we certainly mentioned
it. Again, I'll just reiterate, I'd still want to remain optimistic about it. I'd love the girls to play. They, at the moment they play basketball, which is a contact sport. I'd love them to pick up footy at some stage. In fact, one of them's going to next season. So just thought, clearing that up.
Elisa also has texted in and says, my 14-year-old daughter has suffered 3 concussions in 2 years as a goalkeeper from a ball to the head during warm-ups for soccer games. A seriously talented player is now too scared to play, so really tough to protect them. So it is an ongoing issue. We've got 2 coaching searches that are rolling on at the moment as well. So we know that James Hird is going to be a part of the Essendon process. Will they still be able to assemble a competitive field despite his presence in that, Mick?
It depends on the incumbents or potential incumbents' take on what Essendon are doing. They don't want to embarrass themselves by going along just make up numbers. So this has got to be sold well by Essendon the way I see it.
I think Hird aside, the challenge the Bombers have got at the moment, that it would appear that the Carlton job is more appealing.
Yeah.
So for the young, let's call them the new brigade. And maybe Tassie. So let's just focus for the new brigade who are desperate and hungry for their first opportunity.
Third dog at the bowl, aren't they?
If you put them up against each other on the wall, they're probably going to interview for the Carlton job more so, aren't they, than the Bombers job? Will prefer to. So that's a challenge I think they've got. Regardless of whether James Hird sort of looms over the whole process, which he does clearly. But I think enough things gone out of it now for it to be considered a legitimate process. That word process.
Yeah. Well, the boys at Tassie say Longmire, Hinkley, Buckley.
Yep.
So you would suspect that, let's say one of them get it. Does that mean the other 2 are then up for the other 2 jobs?
I don't think so. I think that's a separate job. That one's the one that probably needs the figurehead, the senior, the person who's either got big name or premiership coach in terms of Longmire. From the other 2's point of view, I'd be really staggered. Again, Hird aside, if it wasn't a hungry, young first-time coach with a really good, strong CV. Everyone talks obviously to McRae's the most recent example of that. For both jobs, I'd be really staggered if it wasn't.
I still don't think it will be Hird. I think it'll be someone else for whatever that's worth. But who would know with Essendon? They're a different beast. Mick, while you're down there today, the game coming up for broadcast immediately after this show is Hawthorn and Melbourne in many places. Of course, you can go wherever you want to. If you jump on the ABC Listen, used to be the ABC Listen app, now just ABC Listen, click on the game. We've got them all. But can you ask Chris Rowbottom, who is the man you were just speaking to? He is across everything down there. When is Tasmania going to be given their full licence? We're still waiting for that. 2025, it was meant to be early 2025, and it still hasn't happened. So I would like to know that. We're out of time. Who wins that game, Mick?
Well, Hawthorn never get beaten here, so it's hard to go against them.
I think
quickly on the year. Would you get that year? Oh no, we've got 2 seconds. No, we haven't.
Save it for the broadcast. We'll hook people over to listen. It's called a tease in the radio game. We'll just hook them over. Craft. Mick, love your work. Enjoy the game. Great to speak to you.
Oh, it's fabulous being down here. Love it.
Love your work today, mate.
Don't come Monday.
You've done well, Benny.
We got through everything on the list, didn't we, Mick? You questioned him. How are we going to get through all this content? Well, there you go.
I did.
You get the right man in the seat.
Corby's lost a job.
Yep. Corby, never take a day off in the media. This has been AFL Saturday.
How much can we really know about the dead?
In our podcast, we're gossiping each week about the divas, ruffians and con men of Australia's past.
So join me, Alicia Simmons.
And me, Lee Boucher. Search the Dead Can't Sue podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun. The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sounds. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Big play. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL. Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home. An ambitious effort. Unbelievable. The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah. Throws it, kicks off goal. And Francis Curry.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
That camera action, baby.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square. Goes for glory. He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match. All season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this. Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier. Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot. His kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang!
And snap. And goal.
There's the bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal! He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
A perfect midwinter's day in Launceston as round 17 of this AFL season continues. It's Hawthorn at its home away from home up against a plucky Melbourne side looking to claim its first victory away from the MCG in 2026. The Hawks are short-handed heading into today's clash, but with that comes opportunity. Two debutants on the cards, while for the D's, they'll see a Hawthorn side ripe for the picking at their Tasmanian fortress. It's Saturday footy for ABC Sport. Round 17 action. My name is Chris Robot. With you in commentary for today's game. Alongside me on this crisp northern Tasmanian afternoon on the play-by-play is Michael Maney. And always a pleasure to be joined in the commentary box by an icon of the game, the Coaching Games record holder. And he could play a bit in his time too, which is forgotten sometimes. Mick Malthouse, a big welcome to you.
Yeah, it doesn't say how well I played, how bad I played. Well, thank you so very much, and it's a great pleasure to be down here. You know, all know I love Tassie. What a day! It's a sunny day. Ground looks magnificent. Looks like it's going to be a reasonable crowd, and what a game though! What this means to these clubs. We've got Hawthorn with 42 points, Melbourne with 36. Hawthorn don't get beaten out of there, but I'm hoping that Melbourne put up a better than normal show to say we deserve to be in the top. What are they at the moment? They're 7th. Could push in front of Geelong with a victory today, which takes them into the top 6, which is ideal. And I've said before, 5th and 6th are so important now that they've got this rubbish 7th, in the 9th and 10th.
The wild card.
Oh, the wild card. What, how ridiculous. But anyway, people know my thoughts on it. But Melbourne are an exciting side. But I just think with Day back in that Hawthorn side, they are now looking at a real possibility of maybe knocking out a premiership this year.
Every time we come up north, the sun seems to be shining, particularly during the daytime. Michael Maney, this is your patch. Welcome to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Rowie and Mick. It's it is beautiful. I'm glad I wasn't here for the Devils match in the VFL going back about 3 or 4 weeks ago, where this ground looked more like a lake than
really?
It just rained. I think we've been really lucky that the weather has shone on us for AFL games here. But this will be a very good game of footy. Hawthorn beaten by 39 points last time they met. Hawthorn, Josh Battles out. Their backline, Carl Amon, Josh Weddle. They've got some real holes in that back 6, and a couple of debutants, which is going to be interesting for the Hawks. But look, Melbourne like to play this run and gun and free flowing game. So too do Hawthorn. They play extremely well. I think it's looking for win number 13 in a row here at the venue here at York Park. So this will be interesting. Hawthorn's home ground advantage. And how much have they learnt since that first encounter against the Demons a little bit earlier in the year?
There's some fascinating contrast between these two teams in the record that they have against each other up against the record that Hawthorn has at this ground. Overall, they have 66 wins and a draw from 87 attempts here at York Park. In Launceston do the Hawks. So they have an exceptional record here. They do not lose here. Melbourne have never played here in a home and away clash. They become the 17th team to play on this ground. Mick, you can probably guess who the one team in the AFL is to not play in a home and away game here.
No, I need Fremantle or West Coast, do you?
No, you wouldn't have travelled down here as coach of Collingwood.
Oh, Collingwood, of course. Why would I say no? We've that's a fact. Yeah, I can't remember travelling too far at Collingwood. It was a real effort to actually go from the Highland to Docklands.
Yeah,
that was a big move. So
let alone Launceston.
Yeah, why did I pick that? I'm disappointed in myself.
Collingwood have such an outstanding record when they do go away.
Oh, fantastic record!
It is a terrific record.
It would be great for the AFL to say, for the public alone. I mean, there's a lot of Collingwood people down here, but look, it's their loss. It's the AFL's loss to me because. And we know they're a big drawing side, and we know what the league want. But this ground is as good as any ground going around. And I speak because of the ground itself. Gives you good, reasonable pockets, gives you good speed on the wing, gives you up and down the centre. Pretty well protected, given it can be a bit windy, but Collingwood is lost, really.
As fate would have it, they're actually on the Gold Coast this week.
Yeah,
Collingwood.
There you go.
A rare trip up to the Sunshine State. So there you go. But contrasting with Hawthorn's record at this ground, which is so imposing, Melbourne have an exceptional record against Hawthorn. They're 9-1-2 in their last 12 against the Hawks. They have an average winning margin in that space of time of 35 points. And the last time out in round 10, they knocked off the Hawks at the MCG by 39 points. So there's something about the Hawks that Melbourne really love to come up against.
Well, that's an interesting stat. I wasn't aware of that stat. I look at Melbourne. I was saying on that other show I was on just before in the ABC that I did an article on major players that mean so much to sides, and they can't do without them. Melbourne can't do without Gawn. Gawn's one of them. But Pickett, to me, is one of the. You go to the game just to watch him play. Hawthorn are one of the few clubs, I think, in the top 6 or 7 that you can pluck one of their best players out and go, well, they can still go, because I reckon they're pretty even right across the board. Now, Michael, as you said, they've got 2 or 3 of their key, or maybe 4 backs out of the side, they seem to be able to replace these blokes when they come up the cage, but that might be their vulnerability. So I'm looking. That stat alone now gives Melbourne people hope, because they could jump, I think, above Geelong from memory on the ladder. It's an interesting ladder because we're still trying to chase up. We have a game on Thursday and the last one on Sunday.
Yeah.
And we got rid of all the buys, thankfully. So, but for Melbourne to be real and to they're the only side that's lost to Essendon. They've got to make the most of this game in preparation for perhaps finals, because Hawthorn will be there.
Yeah, so they can go to 10-6 this afternoon with a win over the Hawks in Launceston, the D's. And you mentioned those changes. So the Hawks have made 5 changes coming into this game, and all but one of them has been forced. So Josh Battle, the latest, he's out with an illness. He had his appendix out, so he's out resting up. Ned Reeves is out, the big ruckman. Carl Amon's out. Nick Watson is out with that hamstring tightness as well. And Kaushadir was omitted. And the D's have swung 4 changes of their own, all unforced. Tom McDonald, Jake Milksham, Paddy Cross and Luca Kentfield making way for Chunkwath Jath, Harrison Petty, Latrell Pickett and Bailey Laurie. A couple of the ins, though, for the Hawks. Always exciting to see a debutant, let alone 2 in the same game. And the Hawks are going to debut Matt Hill and Noah Mraz this afternoon. Both have really interesting and wonderful stories leading into this game. Mick, it must have always been a special thing as a coach, welcoming a new player into the group and watching them begin their AFL career.
Oh, it's fantastic. I like the way they do it these days in front of their team. Quite often you just go to a player and you bring him in and say, oh, by the way, this is your moment. And sometimes you've got to get it right. Well, not sometimes. You would like to get it right all the time. Sometimes Monday's a bit early. By Wednesday, you've probably got to involve the player so he can involve his family. And then if you lack a night's sleep on early or middle of the week, you're probably recovering time. So there's getting it right there and getting it right by picking the player. And you've got to make sure that player is ready mentally and physically and knows what's out there. A very, very brief story. I remember saying to Brett Hetty, Brett, first game, yep, fantastic. And I said, yeah, mate, it's going to be really quick out there. So I can put up with you getting it and just belting it. Don't worry about it. And I said, the speed of the game is something different than WAFL. So he played pretty well. At the end of the game, I said, how'd you find it? He said, Mick, it was a lot quicker than what you said. And I thought, didn't I explain it to you? But he said, that was so quick.
Quicker again.
So I don't think players understand until they get out there, the bigger bodies. But you know what? If you're good enough, you'll find the ball better because their teammates find you with better hand passes, better delivery. They help you out a bit more because they're a bit more experienced. So a good kid will stand up, and it's so exciting for him and his family.
Yeah, speaking of quick, Matt Hill will make his debut for Hawthorn this afternoon, and he has perhaps the more unique of the 2 stories coming into today's game. He's a former rugby league player. He was with the Brisbane Broncos. He was in the Melbourne Storm Academy and then taken as a Category B rookie by the Hawks, who plucked him out of rugby league. He's a small forward. He applies pressure. He's replacing the Wizard Watson up forward for Hawthorn today, so no pressure there. He kicked 3 goals and had 8 tackles against the Giants for Box Hill last week, and he's from Katherine in the Northern Territory as well. Had his jumper presented to him by Mark Williams in the pre-game. Shotgun, not Choco, and is just a terrific story. A young boy coming across from rugby league to commence his AFL journey.
Did an interview with Lloyd Meek, a friend of mine, Rick Fontaine, and I do a little sports show on the internet, and Lloyd Meek said about Matt Hill, he says quick, sharp, and he said if he tackles you,
rugby style,
he will hurt you. Yeah. And he's only a little man.
Yeah.
Only a little man, he said, but he hits in extremely hard. So that'll be something to watch out for today.
Well, the 2 best tacklers I've seen is Morris Rioli and Dale Waitman. Yeah. They weren't exactly big men, but Morris, of course, had a bit of background in rugby, and Dale he was tenacious ground level. So you don't have to be big to be a good tackler and hit hard.
Hard hitter down on the boundary for us this afternoon. The 4th member of our commentary team, Andrew Cooling. Welcome to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And it's a perfect day for football here in Launceston. Sun is shining, about 14 degrees. No real wind to speak of. Maybe a slight breeze to the right of your radio dial, but nothing too significant. Has been a fair bit of rain in the lead-in, though, so the ground is a little bit slippery. So we'll see how they handle that with the footing. Both teams going in as named. No late changes.
So no late changes. The 5 for the Hawks coming into today's game, and the 4 for the Demons. So they have shuffled the decks. Some forced, some unforced changes coming into this afternoon's game here at Launceston. Hawthorn 10-1-4 on the season, sitting third on the AFL ladder. Melbourne 9-6 with a golden opportunity to take the 4 points out of the Tassie Fortress. It's Hawthorn and Melbourne, round 17 AFL action, all at the ready. Here with Michael Maney for the first bounce.
Melbourne v Hawthorn, Hawthorn v Melbourne. Hawthorn, the home club, their second last season at this venue, York Park in Tasmania. Umpire has the ball in hand and aloft. Here we go. Meek v Gawn. Gawn knocks it down. Sharked by Newcombe. Couldn't quite get it away. Meek just got a little toe poke on it. Here comes Bowie. Bowie now from the wing, outer side. Kicks long. Sicily's in position A. He gets crunched by the pack. Ball falls away. Here go the Demons through Sharp. Kick was smothered. Raz got tackled in his first touch, and he might have dropped the footy. No, he hasn't. And the umpire said, give it to me. Gee,
it was a great tackle.
Was a
great tackle by Melbourne.
So Mraz didn't register a disposal. Newcombe goes in after it. Here's Cozzy Pickett from the boundary. Can't get it to screw it around enough, and he won't register a score. Tackled as he was kicked, and it's out on the full. Hawthorn ball deep in defence. And it will be that young man.
But still worry him that the way Pickett was able to get hold of that. And I know he missed everything, but his performance just then was pretty spectacular. There's someone coming off of the blood rule already. That would have been that first big mark, I'd say.
Tom Barrass making his way from the ground. Blood rule here. Bailey McDonald coming on for him. So a tall for a small. An early claret for the Hawthorn defender. Noel Mraz is going to be made to wait to take his first disposal. He's got the free kick from the boundary after the Cozzy Pickett out on the full, and he comes and lays the boot in, kicks beyond defensive 50 for the Hawks. Gawn is there. Out the back was Lewis. Couldn't bring it down for Hawthorn. Bowie juggled it, took it into himself. He might have been a little bit of holding going on, and there was. This will be a Melbourne free kick to Lever, just in front of centre wing, outer side. Pumps the D's inside 50, but getting back and taking a good defensive mark is Blake Hardwick for the Hawks.
The swing man, the ultimate swing man. As Hardwick from the back pocket kicks to the outer side. Hawthorn going to the right of your radio dial. Former Hawk Jath takes the mark. CJ.
Yeah, that's a really good mark under pressure. Run underneath the football and took the ball behind his head.
Know this ground pretty well. Played a lot of games for Hawthorn. Here's Van Rooyen. Can't take the mark. Ball spills out. Little kick out by Ryan. Just hooked it around the corner. Meek couldn't take the mark. There's the spillage. In goes Ginnivan. Jath fighting really hard. Might have copped one around the ear for his trouble. He'll get a free kick. So a couple of early touches to CJ to calm the nerves against his old side. He goes to the pocket. Up they fly. Fritsch, ball knocked away. Umpire's blown the whistle. A free kick. It's coming back, and I think it's going to Fritsch. Is it? Might have copped one in the back of the head. And he's on the right side for a left footer here, as Louis Richards always used to say.
They've might be 5 disposals each, but let me tell you, it's 4 inside 50s to Melbourne to none to Hawthorn. It hasn't even looked like they're crossing the centre line at this stage.
Here's Fritsch around the corner. He normally gets these, and he has. The D's get there first. Bailey Fritsch from the free kick in the pack got one around the ear, and he salutes. First goal for the Demons in this clash. They're 1 straight 6. The Hawks, as Mick Malthouse said, not able to get inside their 50. I don't think they've got even it out of the centre square.
No, it's it's been dominated by the D's. You don't expect that to keep going. It's even that first kick of the game. It was a half-back flanker coming off the line in Bowie, who was able to get that football forward, and from that moment it's just been dominated by the Melbourne Football Club. Hawthorn, they'll settle. It'll be interesting to see how they line up and whether they change that centre square. Mind you, it's only been one. This will be the second one, but already you see the might of Gawn around the ground.
D strike first blood. Bailey Fritsch has Goal number 18 for the season. They go again here via Cozzy Pickett. Fritsch got hands to it, streaming out of the goal square again. Windsor goes in after it at ground level, fed it up to Pickett. Look away handball was good to Chandler. Now back to Steele. He cut inside, then outside, put a dangerous ball into a dangerous spot. Pat flies, Langdon at the back of the fall, gathered it on the boundary, dribbles at Goldwood and kicks it. 2 in a minute for the Demons, and Ed Langdon kicks a beauty from the right forward pocket. Melbourne 2 straight 12. Hawthorn yet to score, 4.5 gone. First term Saturday footy for ABC Sport. Hot start Demons, Mick Malthouse.
Oh, absolutely. Again, out of the centre, and it's the way the room. Just for those that are interested in centre square or centre circles, you have to have a jumping ruckman these days, and we're wondering whether the advice from the AFL come very late, whether Melbourne needed to, like other clubs, have to invest in someone who can jump. But Gawn has been able to adjust his game. He's all over him at the moment, and his tap work then was just brilliant. And that's why they were able to clear the ball so well. It's okay to get your hand to it. It's where you put it. And Gawn has started that game for Melbourne the way he's expected to as a great Melbourne player.
Back in the centre, Meek got it down, but Gawn did the roving, then handballed it straight back to Meek. Now to Newcomb, a little bouncing chaos ball. Lever can't get it. Nicely done. Well, it might have been Hill for his first touch. Got it to Day. Now he's going to track it back. He's going to kick it long inside 50 Hill. It's a good long kick. First kick is a behind in AFL footy for Matt Hill. Looked pretty good.
Yeah,
looked pretty sharp, Hill. And the Hawks are on the board. They've got it behind. And Melbourne had 2 straight. And the wingers for Melbourne, they kicked goals this year. Langdon kicked his 8th, Sharp 16 and Langford 18. So they do kick goals, they're wingers.
Bowie out of fullback, runs his full measure, then kicks long beyond defensive 50. Pretty straight ball. Mraz getting in good position, takes the defensive mark for the Hawks and then cuts the ball into the middle of the ground where Josh Ward awaits.
It was a good push in the back. Pushed the whole pack forward to take that mark, so he had lucky to get away with it.
Bailey McDonald round the back did Ward, gave it back to Ward, kicks inside 50, juggling attempt on the mark from Rivers, didn't quite reel it in, but was good enough to get it to Turner. Now Sparrow, who works to the outside. Big collision out there. McDonald come in late.
That's unbelievable. There's no free kick out of that.
I said nothing doing. The big hit on Jefferson. It goes over for a ball in.
Well, it could have been paid as a mark for a start off, and then to get. Well, I know you've got to be able to attack the football, and fairness. Maybe we do need to see that, but a bit stiff not being paid the mark.
Umpire judged it to be fair collision.
Legal, yeah.
And it comes. Meek and Gawn do the ruck work. Gawn got to the front, then received the handball, gave it to Langdon, then back to Gawn. Here's Cozzy Pickett, tries to fashion something inside, did so really well to Sparrow, and now Langdon, who kicks towards centre-half forward. Mraz competes well, brought it down. Bodie Ryan works it out with Mraz. Handball was good to Day. He feeds it forward now to Ward. He goes wider to the Meek, who was just standing a little flat-footed, went inside, then kicked it straight into Caleb Widser. Mopping it up is D'Ambrosio for the Hawks. Missed the handball. Back into the traffic goes Day. Now it's Bailey McDonald, who puts the Hawks inside 50. The kick is a little ill-guided, made it very tough for Gunston. At ground level was Turner, who did well. They work it out of defence by hand here, the D's, and the kick up the line is good to Van Rooyen, who marks on his chest, and the Langford ball.
Yeah, the disposal has been outstanding by Melbourne so far.
A long way from home, Van Rooyen. Jefferson has probably been paid this mark, then goes to Windsor by hand. Windsor, 45 out, straightens up and pushes it out to the right. Just didn't have the pressure on him there. He should have even had a bounce.
It was a shocker. That came off it was like kicking a loaf of bread. That was absolutely a shocker. Open goal.
He missed his boot, did Caleb Windsor, and just wobbled it through, uncontested. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Yeah, a couple of updates. Bailey Fritsch has gone down to the rooms for the Demons. He just went off the field and straight down the race. Might be getting a head assessment there. And Barras is about to come back on for the Hawks. He's got bandaging wrapped all around his head because they could not get the cut on his cheek to stop bleeding. But after several minutes, he's about to get back out there.
Max Gawn took a big defensive mark and they worked it across the ground. Pickett on the end of it. He spears the ball inside. And that is a dart. And Melbourne will have another set shot for goal here.
That is Pickett. That's, as I said before the game, you pay to come and see a play like that. He has just been brilliant. That's his 4th possession by here, unless this hasn't been updated. And each one of them, the one out in the full, but he is breaking him open through the corridor.
So Petty, who kicked 3 goals last time out against the Hawks, he has it here. He'll kick from 30 metres out on a 45-degree angle. Shouldn't be too many troubles for Harrison Petty, although he's just left it left a little bit. Dragged it right at the end, and a minor score only, so they're peppering early here. Now the D's, they're 2-14. Hawthorn 1 behind.
A couple of bad misses by the D's.
Yeah.
Just got to make every post a winner. You're playing at a fortress here for Hawthorn. Long kick by Sicily to the outer side. Jath just ran underneath the footy and then might have got a little nudge under it. So he's going to get a free kick. So he's had a few touches on that outer side, CJ. He's about to kick inside 50. They really are dominating Melbourne. Inside 50 kick to the pack. Penny!
That's a brilliant mark.
That is very, very strong. And he muscled out Hardwick, who's strong for a little fella.
Mick, is Brass out there yet? Because I'm just trying to... Because we haven't got the stats thing in front of us. It's sometimes... I don't think he's back on the ground yet. No, he's not back on the ground. So he would have spoiled that. He's actually waiting to come back on right now. So that's a really good get before they make that change.
So the Demons for their 3rd goal. Petty missed a moment ago. He won't miss this time. 3 goals, 2-20 to Melbourne. Hawthorn just the one behind. We've gone 10 minutes in the first term, and Melbourne really making a statement.
Well, you say 3 goals too. They quite possibly the 2 points. Now I know it's on our back to the centre, but the 2 points have been gimmies.
Yeah.
You know, Petty missed one, and Windsor missed a really open goal. Should have kicked that. So they've dominated so far. I'm just trying to get the inside 50s. At the moment, it's 8-3. You've got a score line that says 5 shots in that 8. So that's uncharacteristic of Hawthorn. They don't allow you, defensively, they don't allow you to get too many shots on goal. So it's been brilliant by Melbourne so far, but mainly through Gawn and Pickett.
Gawn started this game well. Took the big defensive mark on the outer wing that set up that chain that resulted in the goal. We go back in the middle again. Here's Cozzy. He started well also for the Demons. Feeds the handball backwards. Just missed the target. Made Tholstrup go back for it. He missed it. Chance here for the Hawks. Connor McDonald tumbles one towards the goal square. Gunston might have been being held. Umpire said no. Turner grabs him.
That's
he
well
had
done.
the footy, and he forces a ball up 15 metres out from Hawthorn's goal.
That's very well done by Turner, because he could have easily given away a free kick, but he's held his line.
Lewis does the ruck work for the Hawks. His heel bursting through. Couldn't win a clean disposal. Demons come up with it via Bowie. Elects to take a bounce. Runs towards the boundary. Then goes outside of the right boot. Worked underneath it. Latrell Pickett tried to just outbody his man. Ball at ground level now. Barris missed it. Now Morrison. Now McKenzie. Just missed the handball towards Dalton. Coming through was Gawn. Days in there. McKenzie shovels it out now. Ball coming in high off the boot of Perez. Turner got to front spot. Couldn't quite reel in the mark. They fight after it at ground level. Shoveled out to Tholstrup. Throws it on the boot. Out towards half back, but waiting underneath it was Bodie Ryan, who dropped the mark, then had to deal with Kay Chandler. Somehow was able to get out of a tangle, work it back to Sicily. He tried to spot up McDonald, put him under a little bit of pressure. 3 Demons arrive. One of those was Jack Steele. He's taken in a good tackle by Ward. Cries of ball. Umpire said play on. Fed out to Langdon on the outside, and the relieving mark taken by Chandler just in front of a wing outer side.
Chandler goes quickly down the line. Barras is back and just took the mark, judged it well, maybe 50.
Well, a bit stiff there. I know they played the 50 because he looked like he knocked him over after the mark was taken, but it was in the same play. I reckon the umpire's been really harsh there. You can't hand out 50 metres. They're too damaging. It's got to be absolute for a 50.
Drawing a long bow there. Gunston on the lead, but Barras goes deeper, looking for Lewis. Meek is there. Got his boot on it. It's not going to go the 15.
Well
knocked through. Beautifully done by Jath.
Yeah, he's been impressive, Jeff.
He has. He's been up and down the outer side wing and then gets deep into defence and does the defensive work. So it's a couple of behinds to Hawthorn, 3-2-20 Melbourne.
Bowie short into the pocket to Keziah Pickett, and he goes up the line. There was a nudge from Langford on Morrison. He'll get a free kick right in front of our broadcast position. He looks inside initially, thought better of it. Eventually does poke a short ball onto the chest of Cam McKenzie. Probably had his best game in Hawthorn colours last week against the Giants. Loads up from about 75, puts it to the top of the square. Max Gawn stands tall and takes the strong defensive mark. 15 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. Dan Turner just taking a few moments to get back to his feet. Umpire calls time and allows him to do so. Gawn on the short. It's the target. Tholstrup still inside defensive 50. Tries to pierce a low ball into the middle of the ground. It'll work out fairly well for Chandler. Just threw it on the boot, on it to his left. Bouncing ball now, Van Rooyen. He's got Tholstrup running in support. Open goal beckons. Another one for the D's. That's 4 in a row. So the Demons' hot start continues here in Launceston. They are cutting the Hawks apart. 4-2-26 go Melbourne. Hawthorn 2 behinds, 14.5 gone. First term Saturday footy for ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse.
Oh, spot on commentary. They are physically cutting Hawthorn apart, which I've watched a fair bit of Hawthorn this year, and I've got to say that they're generally so sound. They remind me, when we talk about World Cup, you've got your defenders in line, they just back off. In that instance just there, when that ball came out of the back line, of Melbourne's back line, Hawthorn had plenty of time to push back. They didn't. They lost the ball on the wing. It went to Van Rooyen, who then had... It was 2v1. It was just a matter of just finishing it off. But there was no Hawthorn defence, so that's very unusual.
Back in the centre, Chol goes into the ruck. And so too, I think, was Van Rooyen's gone into the ruck for the D's. Kick toward half forward. Sicily trapped it before it went out and then is forced to the line by Petty, and it'll be a boundary throw. And I noticed Meek in that kick long into the Hawthorn forward line. Meek just peeled off and left the contest. Max Gawn v Mitch Lewis, and Gawn just won it hands down. So not really sure what was happening there. The McKenzie kick was off the side of his boot, so perhaps that was the issue. But a boundary throw in about 60 metres from the Demon goal. Mraz does the ruck work, taken by Pickett. That's Cozzy Pickett to Van Rooyen. Now to Sparrow. Sparrow winds up on the right boot, kicks it high and almost a mark, and might be a free kick here. Is it going to the Hawks?
It has to be.
It is. A little push in the back. Sicily, the man who...
Well, they're under siege at the moment. Inside 50s, it's still 9-7, but it's quite remarkable 9-7. It's hard to see that Hawthorn have done much with their 7.
Melbourne exposing that weakened Hawthorn back line as Sicily goes down the line, and there's another free kick. It might be to Melbourne this time.
Yeah, well, Van Rooyen's obviously in the acting thing, because he flew like Superman then with a small touch.
Kicks long to the pocket. Up they fly. Almost the mark to Petty. Nearly. And then kicked off the ground and hit the post. And up behind to the Demons, who are peppering away. They've had 7 scoring shots to 2. And disposal efficiency, 78% to Melbourne, 68 Hawthorn. So it has been a bit of a rout so far.
Morrison received the Hardwick kicking when up the line to Mraz, who was just jostled out of it. It's going to be a lasso free kick for last touch. Demons take it. So Van Rooyen brings it into Howes. Now Jath, who is at left half back for the D's. Back to Howes, is up against the boundary line. He goes up the line to Van Rooyen, who marks in front of the interchange benches near side. He wheels around onto his right. You send the D's inside 50. Once again, Jefferson had front spot, got hands to it, couldn't drag it in. Latrell Pickett is taken in a strong tackle by Blake Hardwick. We'll have a ball up at left half forward for the D's.
I like the way Van Rooyen is in the ruck. I just like him to move quicker towards the stoppage, so he's already there. He just looks like he's tonguing it a bit, but it gets him into the game.
Mraz doing some ruck work on debut for the Hawks. Loose ball picked up by Sharp of the Demons. Back to Sparrow, back to Sharp. Taken in a Connor McDonald tackle. Handball to nobody in particular. Coming through was Latrell Pickett. Knocked it out of Cam McKenzie's grasp. Handball is over and out.
Yeah.
This will be a lasso free kick to the Demons.
Right on 50. That's the rule, isn't it? Mind you, it was almost deliberate anyway.
So Cozzy Pickett in a dangerous spot.
You reckon he'll run around here, Mick?
I'm saying he's going to do something.
Right where the paint of 50.
Oh, so Hawthorn have woken up to it. They've put a man right where the umpire is, which is supposedly 10 metres. There he goes around.
Pickett kicks from right on the boundary, sends it goalward. It won't be a goal. It just floats across the face, but Mraz stands tall. Takes the defensive mark for the Hawks. Short ball into the pocket is good for Sicily.
Sicily called to play on. and then kicks it out of bounds on the full.
Well, that's got to be 15 metres, surely. Would that be 15 metres?
Well, I thought it looked like it.
Well, he's kicked the ball from this side of the 10 metre or the 9 metre square. It's gone. Oh, yeah, I think Sicily has been really. That's a harsh one.
Well, Ed Langdon's already kicked a goal. A wonderful 1-2, and he bounced it through.
Well, he's going to have to kick left foot here. I can't see Ed Langdon. The way he kicks the football always goes from right to left. I can't see how, unless he does a boomerang.
Going for the banana. Here he goes, and he's left it thin and behind. 4-4-28, 8 scoring shots to 2, and it is 4-4-28 Melbourne, just the 2 behinds Hawthorn. We've gone around 19 minutes.
26 points the margin. Hawks under siege early in this one in Launceston. Newcomb marks from the kick in. Goes by hand to Morrison, who kicks up the line. Kick was affected. Mraz there got a hand in. The Pickett boys combined. Latrell to Cozzy, and then Cozzy had it knocked away. Chol come flushing through. Big tackle laid. And this is going to be a holding the man free kick against Melbourne.
That player handed the ball to the umpire. There's the 50. If there's going to be a 50, that umpire gave it to the Hawthorn player.
He might have demanded it, the umpire, perhaps.
Oh, there's some slack marking there.
Right?
Slack marking.
Top of 50 is Josh Ward, who receives from Marbiot Chol, who was awarded the free kick. And Josh Ward, if he elects to take the shot, will kick from 51 metres directly in front.
Hasn't kicked a goal this year, Chris, so just the 3 behinds.
Having a career best year, but
hasn't got a lot of the footy today. This is his second kick, I think.
Yet to hit the scoreboard. Lays the shoe in. Looks okay for distance. Looks pretty good for accuracy too. And the Hawks get a much-needed first major here in Launceston via the unlikely source of Josh Ward. 1-2-8 go the Hawks, trailing the Demons 4-4-28. And he's back to 20 points. 20 and a half gone. First term Saturday footy for ABC Sport. Hawthorn and Melbourne from York Park in Launceston, Mick Malthouse.
Yeah, just a few stats for those that aren't here at the game or not watching TV. It's 8 inside 50s to 14, so Melbourne dominating that area. Also disposals, which is really unusual for the Hawks to have only 49 to Melbourne 72. Melbourne aren't necessarily a massively big possession-getting side. They get it, but not in that sort of 73 to 50 it is right now. It's been upgraded. That's quite substantial, and a lot of that's coming from the Pickett Gawn combination.
14 inside 50s to Melbourne, 8 Hawthorn, so it's been a very good first quarter, and we haven't seen this man who's been tackled, Will Day. Because he Pickett 10 disposals in the first term. He has been electrifying as usual. Meek knocked it down. Steele for Melbourne. His kick is chopped off the intercept mark taken by Sicily. The handball to Ryan. Ryan, this next kick is where Hawthorn are beginning into trouble, and he second-guessed himself, then had a little grubber towards McCabe, who's just come on the ground in the last couple of minutes, and the ball just rolls out of play, and it'll be a boundary throw-in. 74% efficiency disposal. Melbourne 68 the Hawks, but Melbourne just getting far much more of the ball than the Hawks. They can't have their hand on it. Gawn knocks it down perfectly to Langford. Langford's little handball away to Chandler. He can't get it away. In fact, it might have been Fitzgerald. Taken by Langford. Langford's kick was touched off the boot, and the Hawthorn player just takes it to ground. And that is Bailey McDonald. Will be a ball up.
Left half forward for the D's. Meek contests with Gawn. A little kick out of the congestion from Sparrow. Might be good. Might work very well for Jefferson, who got in front of Barras and took the mark. Another set shot on goal coming up for Melbourne.
He is such an old-fashioned looking footballer. You'd look at him and think, yeah, you know, he's got the shorts that are slightly bigger than what you would expect. The socks are down, the longish hair.
One of your old Footscray old boys.
Yes, he is. Like that. But he goes about the job so well. His eyes are always on the football. He hits the ball hard. Very impressive.
From about 45 metres out, 45-degree angle, he's going to leave this one out to the right. So Melbourne just failing to really capitalise and put the foot on the throat of the Hawks here. Another behind. They're 4-5-29. Hawthorn 1-2-8. 6 minutes remaining in this first term.
No, they are under siege, the Hawks, trying to work it all out, but Melbourne just using the ball so much better and getting plenty of it.
7 players haven't touched the ball, and we're deep in the first quarter. It's quite remarkable to have 7 players of either club not touch the football.
Sicily short to McCabe, who off a step just kicks it long. Barras goes with a big knockdown. Perez did nicely with a handball to Newcomb. Newcomb thought about going with the left boot, then just prized it out to Day. Day goes long to Chol, who can't take the mark inside 50. It was shallow, though. In goes Gunston, and a free kick's coming back to Melbourne to Turner.
Yeah, well, that's a free
taken
kick
a bit
every day of the
high.
week.
Good matchup, Gunston v Turner.
Oh, it's a ripping.
Turner goes in short and finds Howes. Howes still in his defensive 50. And a long kick into the centre by Turner. Up goes Sicily. Got his hands on it. Van Rooyen did nicely. Tried to get it to Sparrow. Sparrow couldn't quite collect it. And the umpire will call for it in the middle of York Park. 24 and a half minutes gone. Hawthorn 1-2-8. Melbourne 4-5-29. Chris Rowbottom for ABC Sport.
21 points to margin. Demons with a fast start. Gawn just slaps it as far forward as he possibly can. They're inside 50 suddenly, the Demons. Oh, beautiful hands. Jefferson, Laurie flashing past, and a goal out of nothing for the Demons. They get their 5th eventually, and they open up this margin just a little bit more. 5-5-35 now, Melbourne. Hawthorn 1-2-8, 25 minutes gone, first term. Bailey Laurie, the goal kicker.
Chris, you said out of nothing. I'll just backtrack that to say Max Gawn's smashed the ball out of that stoppage. It's gone 15 to 20 metres, totally unexpected by Hawthorn, expecting that the ball would fall at the feet. It opened up in front of the pack, another tap over the back, and it just one touch, one hand pass out and into an open goal. Again, Hawks caught short on their back line. Those players out, Michael, you mentioned before the game, I didn't think they'd miss them, but they are really missing them at the moment. The solidarity of those players is not there.
And the run and gun as well from half-back. Back in the centre, Meek and Gawn. Gawn tried to go off the ground, collected by Newcomb. Little handball away to Moore, but he couldn't collect it. It was right at his bootlaces, taken by Pickett. He's had about 10 or 12 in this first term, and he goes out wide and does it well to Chandler. Chandler runs off his line, goes in short with a spear. No one can take the mark. Pickett's there, so too is Sharp. He's knocked off the footy. Crowd want ball. Day ran into trouble, got the handball back to Moore, and the umpire said he dropped it.
Wow.
Well, I think he just spun on a sixpence and then delivered the handball, and Latrell Pickett's going to get the free kick, and Mick Malthouse is looking for the old replay screen here.
I'd just like to see that again. I think it was really a quick draw and withdraw. I mean, it really was a good tackle, no question, but I've got a funny feeling the Hawthorn player had absolutely no chance of getting rid of it. And I don't think for one moment it should have been. I think he's got his hand to it even then. So I think Hawks are pretty stiff here.
Latrell Pickett. 5 goals, 8 on the season. From 30 metres out directly in front. Gets the job done for the D's. And they get goal number 6. 6-5-41. Hawthorn 1-2-8. We've gone 27 minutes in the first term, and the Demons putting on a clinic here. They are dominating this first term, and Hawthorn just cannot get their hands on the footy.
No, and I'm just looking at Fritsch on the boundary line. He looks like he's ready to come back on again, so that's probably good news for Melbourne. Mind you, they haven't missed him at the moment. He's been in reasonable form of recent weeks, so I'm just wondering whether he's going to the back of the queue or is he going to be on next. So if he's available, that gives them a bit of a strike power down on that forward line, particularly that they use Van Rooyen in the ruck when Gawn comes off. So if Fitch is up and about, they don't lose their structure. Pickett, by the way, has had 11 possessions and featured nearly every goal.
It's been an avalanche, and it's all been one-way traffic, and they'll get it again here out of the middle. The D's, Gawn gets the free kick, lays it off immediately to Pickett, who goes wide to Tholstrup, and he finds Steele on the short, just in front of the logo, out of side. And he hits up Van Rooyen, so he's 75 from goal. The D's can launch once more. Inside 50 they go. It was Jefferson the target, juggled it, off hands and over. And they'll get a ball in, deep in attack once again. So 6-5-41 Melbourne, 1-2-8 the Hawks. It's been a bruising start from the Demons. 33 points to the good. Remember, they beat Hawthorn by 39 at the MCG back in round 10. Some early shades of that result. Meek, Latrell Pickett immediately taken in the tackle, spun to ground. And Bailey McDonald will feel a little hard done by after the last holding the ball decision that was paid in about the same spot a couple of minutes ago. Another ball up. Gawn just takes it straight out of the ruck. Bouncing ball, top of the goal square here for the Demons. Danger for the Hawks. Yeah. Free kick, and it's going Melbourne's way for a hold.
I reckon they're panicking, the Hawks, around the stoppages. Max Gawn, one of the great things about Gawn, you ruck everywhere. He rucks in the goal square. He rucks 10 metres out. He caused that by Hawthorn then taking the defensive role right around that stoppage, and all they did was sweat on the player receiving it, and they've paid a massive penalty here, 10 yards over 5 metres out.
Harry Sharp to kick the easiest of goals from point-blank range, bangs it through, and the Demons have 7.
That's big. That's massive against a side that prides themselves defensively. They've done so well, the Hawks. This game's a long way from over. It's only a couple of minutes to go before quarter time. Inside 50 is 9-18, and I think that what you have to do is work out the 9-18 is 11 are scoring shots. Actually, sorry, I'll go again. That's 12 scoring shots, and that's going at 2/3 against a very, very good Hawthorn side, minus those players we said. But defensively, the system's got to stand up, and at the moment the system's not standing up against and Chol now is up against Gawn in the ruck. Gawn will probably ruck to the end of the quarter.
39 points the margin in favour of Melbourne. 7 individual goal scorers for Melbourne in this first term. Gawn knocks it down. He's just completely dominating the game. In goes Chol, tries to knock it out, but knocked it to Gawn, who tried to get it to Pickett. Now it's taken by Steele, who gets it away to Rivers. Rivers goes long inside 50. Sharp's there, can't take the mark. All done by Bailey McDonald. Off the ground, Sharp again. He may get another opportunity. No, he doesn't. They throw themselves on the footy. Bailey McDonald, the last line of defence, just does it well. Looks for Dalton, but he can't take it. Bowie, nice little chip kick, but McDonald comes to the kill at the back and knocks it to the line. Just inside 50 in front of the big scoreboard on the outer side. It'll be a boundary throw in. 7-5-47 Melbourne. Hawthorn 1-2-8. And they're 19 inside 50s to 9. And they've scored 12 times. And goal efficiency 36%. 1 goal from 9 inside 50s, 7 goals from 19 inside 50s to Hawthorn. Crazy stuff.
From the ball in, still inside the Melbourne attacking zone. Off hands, Day tracks it to the boundary, gets boots the ball, just kicks beyond defensive 50. No real target on the kick, and Jake Lever floats across and takes the defensive mark. Centre wing, out of side. He'll pump the D's back inside once more. Pack will form. Jefferson over the back. Sparrow at the front. Got boots a ball, but misses everything. Out on the full. Andrew Cooling is on the boundary.
Yeah, so I got an update on Bailey Fritsch. It's a left hand injury. He went down to the rooms for about 20 minutes. He's returned to the bench now. He's just been doing some handballing and tackling drills to see if he's right to continue. Grimacing quite a bit and looking down at the left hand, but he's on the bench, so they're going to try and bring him out in the second quarter, I think.
Thanks, Drewy. D'Ambrosio kicks the ball near the wing for the Hawks, and it's become a stalemate. The umpire says, I'll take it. John Newcomb, the last man with the footy.
I don't think Fritsch should be worried about his tackling, because I think his next one will be his first, so I think that's going to be a test.
That'd be something you might work on with him if you're coach of Melbourne. Here's Lewis away to Newcomb. Newcomb's kick is a real interesting old worm burner. In goes Langdon. It's inside Hawthorn's forward 50. Loose ball comes out. Here's a chance for Dalton. Tries to get his kick away. Gets smothered. In goes Day. Day's got the footy now. Can he weave out of there? Dalton's got it again. Gets tackled. Dropped the footy. And the umpire says...
Oh, that's fierce. That is great tackle. Sorry to jump in there. That is as good as you'll get as far as defensive tackling goes. Melbourne were outstanding this end. Sorry, Michael.
A lot of pressure going on. They are hunting. And hunting hard are the Demons.
So the free kick to the D's. It'll go the way of Howes. Deep in defence. Kicks beyond defensive 50 to the near side. Meek got to the front in front of Gawn. Off hands. It's Hardwick. High ball back inside 50 for the Hawks. Can they get something late in the term? Chol come in from the side. Couldn't bring it down. But they'll work it out by hand here, the Demons. Howes out to Langdon. Had a look over his shoulder. Then kicked out beyond defensive 50, but straight down the throat of James Sicily, who can reload with less than a minute remaining on the clock. He'll go short in the first instance. There's a man out wide in Dalton. And he's 2 kicks from goal. He's going to go short to a man on the lead in Lewis. So Mitch Lewis marks inside forward 50. Tightish angle. Well, tight angle, I should say.
think it's his first possession, Lewis.
He's got a pretty good record of kicking goals from tight angles on this angle.
Well, he's a long kick for a start off, and he does back himself in. But this is his first possession, and Gunston's the other one, hasn't touched the ball. There's their two key forwards.
23-18 on the season for Mitch Lewis, and to say the Hawks need this is a enormous understatement. He lets fly. It'll be across the face of goal. Gawn's at the front for the Hawks. D'Ambrosio at the fall. And he can't win a clean disposal. He's tackled. And it is a first quarter blitz from the Melbourne Demons, who are feasting on a short-handed Hawthorn in Launceston. 7-5-47 to Hawthorn's 1-8. It's a 39-point advantage to Melbourne at the first break. They had 7-5-47 was the total they were able to put onto the scoreboard. And the goal kickers for the D's: Sharp, Latrell Pickett, Harry Petty, Bailey Laurie, Ed Langdon, Matthew Jefferson and Bailey Fritsch. Just the one goal kicker for the Hawks in Josh Ward. So one-way traffic here in Launceston as the Demons look to continue their wonderful record against Hawthorn. The Hawks have questions to answer in the second term. We'll take a short break from Launceston and be back in just a moment. It's Saturday footy from York Park in Launceston on ABC Sport.
What's loaded with fun for the whole family? ABC iView. Bring it! From the investigators and caper crew to Andy Lee's Do Not Watch This Show.
You can keep watching.
Find it all on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Up they fly. Fritsch, ball knocked away. Umpire's blown the whistle. A free kick. It's coming back, and I think it's going to Fritsch. Is it? Might have caught one in the back of the head. And he's on the right side for a left footer here, as Louis Richards always used to say. Here's Fritsch around the corner. He normally gets these, and he has. The D's get there first. Bailey Fritsch from the free kick in the pack. Got one around the ear. And he salutes. First goal for the Demons in this clash.
Back to Steele. Cut inside, then outside. Put a dangerous ball into a dangerous spot. Pat flies. Langdon at the back of the fall. Gathered it on the boundary. Dribbles at Goldwood and kicks it. 2 in a minute for the Demons, and Ed Langdon kicks a beauty from the right forward pocket. Josh Ward, if he elects to take the shot, will kick from 51 metres directly in front. Hasn't kicked the goal this year, Chris, so just the 3 behind. Career best year, but lays the shoe in. Looks okay for distance. Looks pretty good for accuracy too. And the Hawks get a much-needed first major here in Launceston via the unlikely source of Josh Ward. Gawn just slaps it as far forward as he possibly can. They're inside 50 suddenly, the Demons. Oh, beautiful hands. Jefferson, Laurie flashing past, and a goal out of nothing for the Demons. They get their 5th eventually, and they open up this margin just a little bit more.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Well, it was a 7-1 first term in favour of the Melbourne Demons over Hawthorn at York Park in Launceston. 7-5-47. The Demons to Hawthorn's 1-8. The Hawks absolutely shell-shocked at quarter time. They come into this game short-handed. They had personnel missing from their back six, and the Demons took full toll in that first term. Goals to Colton Tholstrup, Ed Langdon, Bailey Laurie, Harry Sharp, Bailey Fritsch, Latrell Pickett and Harrison Petty to Josh Ward's sole effort at the other end. It's opened up a 39-point advantage at the first break as the D's get off to the perfect start in the hunt for their 10th win in season 2026. There's one other game being played at the moment. It's between the Giants and the Dockers. It's being played in Canberra, and it's GWS by 7, 3-2-20 to Fremantle's 2-1-13. Early stages of that one. But the story is unfolding here in Launceston, where Hawthorn has won 12 straight at York Park, but the Demons, in their first ever outing during a home and away game at York Park, have put the foot on the throat early. Mick Malthouse, how did you see it, and how can the Hawks climb their way back into this one?
Oh, they can climb their way back into it as Geelong did against Brisbane on Thursday night, because they're quality. And there's no question about the fact that they have a record down here that is unbelievable for a start off, so they'll have full belief on one side. Melbourne will have belief that they've got a good record, which I was unaware of until you pointed out to Chris before the game. But they and I'll just read out some of the stats. One is total possessions for a start. It was 112 to Melbourne, 72 to Hawthorn. That's a difference of 40. Now, in some instances, we saw Geelong with 69 inside 50s to about 50-odd with Brisbane, and Brisbane won the game probably comfortably in the end. So some stats are misleading, but these aren't. Possession rate here, Hawthorn generally are very, very good with their possession rate. It's quite medium to high. It's well spread. At the moment, they can't get enough of the football. And you've got a bloke like Pickett running around, and one of the last ones you want with the football because he's such a creator. Pickett's had 12 possessions, Sparrow 10. Interesting enough, the next two, one I'm not surprised at, Gawn's had 9. But Van Ruin's the other one. And I reckon that the doubling up of him being forward and ruck, now that we think Fritsch can probably come back on the ground, that could be a very good combination. It gets Van Ruin away from being, I suppose, being manned up heavily as a key forward, and he can get around the ruck. And ruck, he's got a good athleticism and perhaps pick up a few possessions. He's actually had 9, which is probably one of, I dare say, one of the highest ones that he's had in his career for a first quarter. The game itself, though, Melbourne are making... The tackling has been intense. The running has been good. They haven't even though they've had 112 possessions, they haven't overused the ball when they've got an opportunity to kick the ball forward because they're trusting their forwards. Conversely, Hawthorn really look at odds with themselves on the back line. They're second guessing themselves. They're not running the ball out. They're panicking a little bit under pressure. But the Hawks can turn it around because they're good enough to.
Over to you, Hawthorn, as we go back into the middle and await the start of this second term. 39 points to the good of the Melbourne Demons here at Hawthorn's home away from home. And again, Gawn wins the tap down, and Keziah Pickett is taken very, very high indeed by Cam McKenzie. They'll launch it inside 50. Again, the Demons. Pack flies, goes over to the back. Sicily there first for the Hawks. Hands it off to D'Ambrosio. Onto that left boot. He curls it around the boundary. It's 3-on-1 though, and Howes floats in and takes the mark for the Demons. And he has it 2 kicks from goal. At right half forward. Puts it into a dangerous position. They fly from the back once again. Barras brought it down. Laurie received the handball. Now Bowie onto the right boot. Curling ball all the way to the goal square. Awkward one for Sicily. He got a paw on it. Knocks it over for a minor score. And the Demons continue to pepper early in this second term. Margin's 38.
Sicily with the footy under siege. Pretty good movie that, Steven Seagal. But the Hawks are really copping it here. A kick from Sicily, and just in front of Meek is Gawn. Just can't this man do?
Well, he's terrorising him at the moment. Gawn, if there was a Brownlow that rewarded everyone, he'd be a certainty.
He kicks to the real hot spot. Petty in front, can't take the mark. Barras was right there. Petty should have taken that mark. Had separation from them all there, Harrison Petty, and just couldn't hang on.
Yeah, I reckon he got a really late push and legal push, so probably to the side. So he knocked his arms away from it.
Meek, class him getting that. Down to Ward. Ward's half-distance kick, just knocked away. Newcomb, little handball in front of Dalton. Dalton just run right around the football. Langdon just tracked it nicely. Dalton gets another chance here. Handball to Lewis, who's a long way from goal. Back to McCabe, who just jammed it on the boot. Awkward bounce. Might favour Lever. Lever just spun out of a couple of tackles. Just did it too easy. No pressure. Here's Langdon. He goes in short, and that's okay. Finds the man, the number 47, Joel Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald kicks to the real hot spot. Up they fly. No one can take the mark at the back. Hardwick fed it by hand back to Ward. He's got to go with his right boot. Kicks to the outer side half-back flank. Up goes Lewis. Can't be the connecting mark. Lever did nicely. Fitzgerald tackled, then got it away. Might have gone out of bounds, and it could be a lasso free kick to the Hawks, but good tackle. And turns it over. But the boundary umpire, they're now going to get a consultation. We're going to probably go to the arc. We're going to wait half an hour, and then we're going to get a decision, are we?
No, he's just called it straight off. Smart play by the umpire. Just judge the person's right next to it, and that boundary umpire was right there, so why doubt him?
Ball in at left half forward for the D's. Gone to the front again, but Meek reached in over the back, only as far as Chandler, who just threw it on the boot. This will be a lasso free kick as it tumbles out and over. Hawthorn ball. D's lead by 40. And it'll be Harry Morrison just inside defensive 50. Straightens things up, goes down the line, looking for a big man. Off hands, it was Newcomb who was ripped down to the ground by Lever, but he got a high free kick. Bronx cheers from the Hawthorn faithful here in Launceston. So Newcomb at right half back just spears the ball inside. That went 14.98 metres.
You're being very generous.
To Mitch Lewis, who fed it back off to Newcomb. Flares it across the ground now to Mraz. They haven't been able to get into this version of their game so far, the Hawks. The uncontested marks. It's Hardwick, and then he has a man in the middle of the ground. Morrison off to Newcomb, spearing ball Gunston direction. He's been quiet as well, off his knees. Meek went down low, somehow got it out to McCabe. He didn't quite hit the target. The man in the pocket was Dalton. He was slung. In fact, it was Ginnivan. It came out of his grasp, and it's all locked up inside forward 50. We'll have a ball up. Hawthorn attacking zone.
First time you've called Ginnivan too. He's been right out of the play.
Very quiet start for him indeed. They need him to ignite if they're a chance here, the Hawks. Pickett comes away with it, puts it in front of Latrell. Needs a kind bounce, gets one. Arches the back on D'Ambrosio. Foot race. D'Ambrosio's got him covered though and forces him out. And this is going to be a free kick to the Hawks.
Yeah, so it should be. He had targets forward and back, and ran the ball over the boundary line.
It's a rare win for the Hawks. D'Ambrosio went toe-to-toe with Latrell Pickett, forced him out, and it was insufficient intent to keep him in. So D'Ambrosio takes the free kick and hits up the man in Dalton.
Dalton's got D'Ambrosio running past. He thought about giving it to him and then decided he'd play on. Then a real floater, and guess who? For Melbourne. He wears number 11. He's got no hair. He's really tall. And Max Gawn again.
He's got the cape.
He has. He's put it on today.
Yeah, he's Superman.
Bowie goes in short, finds Howes. They go to the outer side with Langdon. Dylan Moore on the mark. Haven't seen much of him either. There's been a few Hawks out there that are MIA. Langdon just feeds it back 15 to Bowie. Hovering is Chol. Keep out of that zone. Now Bowie just feeds it back to the top of the defensive square. Jath goes long, targets Cozzy Pickett. He flies a little bit too early. Sharp did nicely to keep it in, then couldn't quite keep it in the field of play. It just rolls out. It'll be a boundary throw in. 48 plays 8, 7-6 to 1-2. The Demons have all the answers at the moment.
Double interchange there for the Hawks as Hill and Day come back on. Thrown in over the umpire's head. Gawn gets front spot, just whacks it forward. Latrell Pickett was waiting. He was hassled out of it though. Bailey McDonald did well. His handball was broken up. McKenzie had to go in. Latrell Pickett kept on fighting. Bailey McDonald went back in for another crack. He's wrapped up by Van Rooyen. We'll have a ball up right next to the boundary line, directly in front of the Melbourne interchange. Up it goes. Gawn just gets to the front easily on Meeks, slaps it forward about 25 metres. They can't quite work it out via hand. The Demons, Chandler, knocks it forward, but only as far as Sicily. And he's got a man on the loose in Dalton, who he gives it to by hand. Standing tall up the line is Mitch Lewis. Lewis gets things moving quickly. He's got a 2-on-1. In fact, the 2 was in favour of Melbourne. Jath floats across of Gunston, takes an easy defensive mark. They switch it out to the outer side, where Langdon marks in the left back pocket for the D's.
And chips to Rivers, and Rivers wants to bring it back to this side of the ground, the broadcast side. Lever takes the mark and runs off his 50, kicks to the wing on the grandstand side. Up they all fly. No one could take the mark. The target was Gawn. Why wouldn't you? And it flicks over back to Chandler. He's had one bounce. He runs inside 50, sizes them up, but he's got a man in the square. And Bailey Fritsch got over the back, and he'll boot his second goal, and the Demons will go further ahead.
Well, that's brilliant play by Melbourne. It's come out of that back line. They switched play, then switched it back. Hawthorn just didn't go with them. It went to, I think it was Gawn, and I'm wondering not sure who the other goal, who the other tall player was, but he knocked it over the back. Chandler ran onto it, and it just opened up like the Red Sea. The Hawthorn players were nowhere to be seen. Fritsch was able to drop back, an easy kick over the top, and an easy goal scored. So it's the ease of Melbourne's goals that would be really worrying Mitchell at the moment. Yes, they have to work hard for them, but when they've got the ball in their hands, they're not being challenged. So that's a major problem for the Hawks.
The kick, I think, from Lewis could have gone to Chol, who had a one-on-one, but he went to a one-on-two, and Jath took the mark. Then they just moved it around, manoeuvred it around, and then just went coast to coast from there. And Chandler's kick and pace was terrific.
Yeah, and I'm going to point this out to you, Mickey. He hasn't touched. Gunston hasn't touched the ball. Ginnivan's had 2 tackles, but hasn't kicked, and Moore's the other one. So they're well down. Well down with. They're normally so even around the ground, Hawthorn, but they lack that evenness today.
A restart in the middle. Demons will come away with it again, this time via Windsor. It's going to be a Demons free kick. Might be advantage. No, it's going to be brought back into the middle of the ground. There's some holding, I think, that was going on. Kysaiah Pickett will be the beneficiary. He will have his 15th disposal.
I reckon that return of the football was exactly...
As Jath running around the back, gave it to him under some pressure, but got his kick away, and then floating through, almost uncontested, is Harrison Petty, who takes the mark in front of James Sicily, who just bows his head in disappointment.
Well, Sicily didn't go with him. I reckon Sicily thought that he had Petty under the ball, and that was enough. But Petty's got a reach like a sick dog. I mean, he is really takes the ball at its maximum height, and hence another shot on goal.
One for the afternoon already. Harrison Petty, 45-degree angle. He'll kick from just inside the paint of 50 to really start to pile on the pain. Lays the shoe in as Harrison Petty. Didn't even wait for it to sail through the big sticks before he pointed his finger to the sky and said, "We've got 9. And it is raining goals for the Demons here in Launceston. 9-6-60 go Melbourne. Hawthorn 1-8. It is a 52-point margin, 9.5 minutes into the second term. This is extraordinary in Tasmania.
I'm wanting this to be up. Just for the listeners, we don't have stats from champion data, do we? No. We've got... No. It's not... So we're sort of going by what's in front of us from the AFL, which is a little bit slow, but... The eyesight tells it all. Melbourne are just far... And I'll give you one stat at quarter time, which will shock everyone. Contested possessions, Hawthorn 24, Melbourne 47. I've never seen such a discrepancy.
They have been hunting. Back in the centre, McKenzie from the ball up, hit the deck and he couldn't feed it out, and the umpire will ball it up again. He'll reverse out of there. Gawn and Meek both getting a piece of that. Sharp came in. McCabe laid the tackle on Sparrow, and another ball up.
Still 30 difference in contested ball.
Meek's going to get a free kick in the rucking contest here. Couldn't even tell you what that was for, but that's pretty much the norm for ruck contest free kicks. Here goes Meek, kicks it inside 50, a rare foray forward, and he's kicked it to his opposite number in Max Gawn, who just shows amazing athleticism and pace. He gets back, saves goals, sets goals up. He's having a field day out there. Gawn goes out wide, and that kick is terrific.
Yeah.
Finds Lever, just another little short half-distance one to Jath, who's worn a long sleever and then a short sleeve. His kick's not too good. Taken by Hill. Hill, handball to Connor McDonald, who just dropped it like a hot scone. Hill goes back in. Hawthorn fumbling. More little half-distance handball to Lewis. Lewis tries to get it back to him, and now it's just fed out. It's kicked off the ground. And out of bounds on the full. Nothing going Hawthorn's way, but that's genuine. And Melbourne get the free kick right back pocket.
I reckon Chris would be thankful that you call that little piece of play, because could you muck it up any more than Hawthorn had it 5 times and dropped it 5 times and end up kicking out in the full? Horrible.
Off hands from the kick in the left back pocket, over for a ball in. About 70 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. Still searching for their second in this game. And there's been a belting so far. Melbourne well on top here in Launceston. They have a terrific record against the Hawks. And they are feasting as it stands, not towards the boundary line once more. It'll go over and out. And I know it's not a big crowd here in Launceston, only 9,000 or 10,000, but I haven't heard it this quiet at York Park for quite some time either.
I don't think Melbourne had a ruckman up in that last. That's why the ball was smashed forward by Hawthorn, because Van Rooyen didn't put his hand up.
Van Rooyen and Meek contesting this contest. Days at the fall, applies a tackle. Ball in dispute. Now it's Ward going in. Can't win it cleanly. Sparrow came flashing through. His kick was smothered. Over and out for another ball in. Just in front of centre wing. Out of side. Hawthorn attacking side.
The Hawks under the pump. You say that very much at York Park. They're freewheeling front runners here, but they've been taught a footy lesson today. Boundary throw in. Meek should get the better of Van Rooyen, but he fell over and Van Rooyen got the knockdown. Little handball over the top to Chandler. He does the reverse and gets it back. Another quick kick forward. Morrison spins away, gets the handball to Ward on his right boot, finds Day on the wing, outer side.
Yeah, he's playing like a player that's been out for a long time and just still trying to find his feet after a pretty impressive first up or played the first couple. But
and wheels around on his left boot and picks out Rivers. Shallow inside 50 meant nothing, and Rivers will just push off from there because no one wants to stand the mark. Goes long, pack situation. Mraz tries to get there. Rove beautifully by Sparrow. Handball over the top to Fritsch. Fritsch goes in short, looking for Jefferson. Barras came from nowhere and knocked it to the line. Jefferson was in terrific position, but Barras with desperation. That dive at the last minute got a fist on it, and it'll be a boundary throw in about 20 metres out from Melbourne's goal.
So ball in. Another chance here for the D's. A hushed Hawthorn crowd here in Launceston. Jaws agape. Not quite sure what they're witnessing. Meek got to the front, tapped it to the advantage of Ward. Coming in was Chandler, had to just wrestle him out of the way. Then Van Rooyen, Chandler went back in again, fed it out to Rivers, left foot ball. Can he find Cozzy Pickett? Not quite, he didn't quite take the mark. Meek got back, broke it up, handball to McKenzie, but he's immediately wrapped up and will start again from an almost identical position to the last stoppage.
I think this is the best I've seen Melbourne tackle in years. They have been brutal.
Off the tap, high ball towards the top of the square. Get under that one. He says, Jefferson did get underneath it. Mark. Took the chest mark, and that was an extraordinary mark in the pack from Jefferson.
Well, that's like one of those Melbourne Storm kicks to the line, and it was anyone's ball. Two Melbourne players. It was either going to be either Melbourne Fritsch or Jefferson, and that is unbelievable. That is a great mark.
He's going to go around the corner here from about 35 metres out. Can he make good on a second for the afternoon? He can't. It's across the face. And a minor score only. Demons by 53 points. They're 9-7-61 to Hawthorn's 1-2-8. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Michael Maney.
I like this kick in, the defence of it, because they're making Hawthorn really work for their kick-ins. Well, they got one outside 50, which is only because of good hard run by the... And he's kicked it out in the full, so that's how good he's going.
That's Will McCabe for those people at home.
Yeah, so... But his lead up the ground was good. That's the first time we've seen a lot of movement from Hawthorn to actually get the ball out of the back 50.
Jath's having a field day against his old side. Kicks inside 50. Mraz can't take the mark. Well done by Petty. Just fed the handball back away. Sparrow measured the kick. Van Rooyen took the mark. He's about 40 metres out directly in front. Jacob Van Rooyen has been asked to play further up the ground a lot today and in the ruck. And
I think it's helped, Mickey.
Yeah, he's helped. It's helped him. He's gotten really involved in the game, and he'll shoot for career goal number 99. Jacob Van Rooyen. So he's hunting out his triple figures in Demon colours for his career. Here he is. We're about 45 out. Deliberate approach. Goal umpire does a little bit of work, but doesn't have to do too much. Van Rooyen gets on the board, and Melbourne move their goal tally into double figures. Sam Mitchell scratching his chin, not really knowing what to do. 10-7-67, the D's. Hawthorn 1-2-8, and we've gone 17 minutes in the second term at York Park. You're listening to ABC Sport. Chris Rowbottom, Mick Malthouse and Andrew Cooling on the boundary.
Yeah, well, it's hard to describe because we come here thinking that Hawthorn have a mortgage on any sort of victory here, but that's been reversed, and I think by sheer stats, Melbourne obviously somehow or another believe they can always beat Hawthorn, and that's exactly what's happening today. But this is quite an extraordinary scoreline, though, when you've got a 59-point lead going into the 7 or 8 live minutes left. of the second quarter.
And a free kick out of the middle. It'll go Hawthorn's way. Play on advantage, says the umpire. Connor McDonald will tumble one inside forward 50. Here's Gunston, a rare touch. He put the stiff arm out. He was tackled, brought to ground, holding the ball.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Brilliant by Melbourne. Their tackling and their hunting of the opponent is absolutely brilliant.
Jack's in the minuses now.
Fair old blanket job from Dan Turner as the D's run it out of defence. Howes takes the mark in front of Mraz, the debutant. Up the line he goes. Fritsch marks on his chest. It's all looking very easy here for Melbourne. Puts it out in front of Steele. There was an impending collision, but he pulled out just at the last minute, did Steele. Fell to Newcomb, and his kick sprays off the side of the boot. Straight over and out of bounds on the full. They'll hand it back to the D's. 55 metres out from goal. Right on the boundary. So Latrell Pickett, as the ball flew off into the construction zone.
Inside 50s, 30 to 50. 30 to 20. 30 to 20. It's quite remarkable.
So Pickett centering ball in the Gawn direction.
He's paid the other.
Go Hawthorn's way to Mraz.
That's
about that.
Looked like,
Well, that had to be away from the ball because Gawn was grabbed by the arm. That must have happened before the Gawn got tackled.
Floats one out beyond defensive 50 does Mraz. Chol now to the running Day. He's got no one to give it to. He sweeps the handball out to his left where Ginnivan awaits, and he goes in the Gunston direction. He takes the mark 55 metres out from goal. He's at left half forward. He's Jack Gunston.
Too far out for it, and he knows it.
He's looking for the hit up. He's going to send a centering ball inboard, and it is a good kick indeed to Will McCabe, who's floated in off a wing.
Yeah.
Kick for Hawthorn second.
Yeah, and he took that spot. This is probably the worst bit of Melbourne play for the whole game. His opponent ran in behind him and realised at the last minute he's running into a space and I'm not going to get there. He should have done his work early. You've got to do your work very early in these pieces to take the player who can run into that area, and now he's going to pay a penalty.
Game number 2 for Will McCabe. He has 1 goal in his fledgling AFL career. He sends this one crashing into the left-hand behind post. He won't add to his tally. Hawthorn make their first score of the second term. It's a minor one. They move to 139, trailing Melbourne 10-7-67.
That's the kind of day they're having. But Melbourne's pressure is causing it all. Here's Bowie. Goes long to the wing. Jefferson's there, but Barras just stood on his tiptoes and just reached over the top and took the mark. Didn't have to jump. Goes into the centre of the ground, finds Will Day, who had plenty of space, and then just peels it wide and finds McCabe. Kick the last score, then he floats one out wide and finds Connor McDonald. McDonald thought about going back to McCabe and feeds it into the centre square and finds Hardwick. Now the short kick to Newcomb. What's he got in front of him? Leads coming from everywhere, but none into any space because Melbourne's really clogged that up, and he's forced to go back to Ryan. Ryan in short again and finds Bailey McDonald. Bailey McDonald still in the centre square, and he goes short to Connor McDonald, who's just outside 50, and Melbourne, their defensive work is outstanding. He goes to the pocket. Good lead.
Yep.
And the mark has been taken by Mraz, who's been pushed up forward. And he's taken the mark about 35 metres out from goal on a pretty acute angle, standing right inside the boundary line. He's going to go round the corner here, Noah Mraz. Let's have a look at his goal-kicking prowess. He's been playing at half-back. He's got not a lot of that. He's hit the belly of the ball, as they say. Gawn knocked it back in. Rove by Day's kick was smothered. Lewis, handball to Ginnivan, who's trying to find some space. Snaps at goal. It floats and floats. Across the face. Bounced, stayed in. Jaff got it to Rivers. And Melbourne out of trouble with the mark to Van Rooyen.
I've seen everything.
They can't even register it behind at the moment, the Hawks.
No, it was surprising that Gawn smashed the ball back into play for a start off. That could have easily gone out of bounds. But the D's, it's their day. There's no question. If they certainly can't, you wouldn't expect them to fold too readily now, particularly when they've got this run.
They have it on the outer wing via Sharp, and Langdon was running past, received the handball, and he hits up a target in Chandler. Kept on running, did Langdon. Has it right on 50. Tight angle. Sends a ball goalward. Pack will form. And it'll float over the line for a minor score. They moved that from end to end with absolute ease on that occasion. Did the Demons?
Bit of ambition there, Sean. He could have passed that across the face of goal. They were lining up the D's.
Up goes Chol from the kick in, and he's just been slight little nudge under the footy there, and the umpire's going to pay him a free kick. Marbior Chol is up against Jaff.
Yeah, Jaff
just ran him under it illegally.
Yep, totally illegally.
Here's Day. Day kicks forward. That's okay to find Morrison. Morrison's handball to Connor McDonald. He's been a bit fumbly today. He's had a few mates to Mraz. He gets taken and dispossessed. The ball's just outside the forward 50, left half forward for Hawthorn. It'll be a ball in. And Pickett's had a quieter term. Mick's only had a couple of possessions. Keziah Pickett.
He did all his damage early, so but he has a tendency to do that. He's still got the most on the ground at 15 by my record here. 10 and 5. Sparrow 14, 7 sevens. Even Van Ruin. I don't say even Van Ruin. The fact that he's playing up the ground, he's had 14.
From the boundary throw in, Gawn just knocked it, and then it is taken out of play just left of the interchange gates on the grandstand side. Is Melbourne 10 goals, 868. Hawthorn 139. We've gone 24 minutes in the second term. We're at York Park for ABC Sport.
I'm just wondering whether Hawthorn could bring a couple of forwards up the ground and play them as a mids, because they're clearly getting thrashed as far as the midfield goes. So a bloke like Ginnivan, he's very creative. Perhaps they've got to start looking at that type of play.
Nice ball from Newcombe to hit up Ginnivan, who was called to play on for some reason. He wanted a 50-metre penalty. The umpire said, no, you're off your line. And now the Demons come up with the footy. Inside 50 they go. Fritsch on a searching lead. It was out in front of him. Hardwick for company just nudges him out of the way. Fritsch goes in and gets it. Little ball into the pocket. Doesn't hit the target. Petty was the man. Sicily arrived. Perez. And now McDonald can run it out of defence. Uses Ginnivan. Might have got one high. Stripped of the footy. Umpire said play on. Inside 50 they go. Fritsch on the end of it, and the Demons will have a set shot on goal 40 metres out directly in front.
Well, Hawthorn just really mucked that up. It's so unlike Hawthorn. They had complete control in the back line, got the ball to about 45 and then didn't know what to do with it, and it was a very ordinary possession into the centre square, and Melbourne just will back themselves against that wall of Hawthorn players.
2 for the afternoon already. Bailey Fritsch, he can extend the margin to 65 points if he kicks truly. Leans back on it, pierces the middle of the goals, and that is goal number 3 for Bailey Fritsch. And goal number 11 for the Demons, who have the Hawks in hell in Launceston. 11-8-74 go Melbourne. 139 Hawthorn. 26 minutes gone. Second term Saturday footy for ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, it's a demolition here at York Park.
Well, it's incomprehensible. I don't think anyone expects this. Fritsch, by the way, was off the ground for probably about 15 minutes, if not more, in that first quarter because of a hand injury. Well, it hasn't affected him. He's tackling. He's got actually, when I look at it, he's got a glove on of some description, so perhaps the injury is a bit more severe. Anyway, the way he's presented himself and contested the football, kicked 3 beautiful goals, so all he's done is helped out Melbourne.
Back in the centre, and a stalemate from the ball up. 11-8-74 to 139. Gawn knocks it down to Sparrow. He lost it, but then copped one a bit high, and then they want 50 metres, and the umpire says no. Take your free kick.
Gawn, is that Gawn down on the ground?
That's Steele.
Who's on?
That is Gawn.
Yeah.
Yes, he's gone down.
Yeah.
Steele kicks inside 50. Chol thought about going for it. Barras knocked it down. Latrell Mitchell with the crumb, and then he's shut down. A ball up. 45 metres out from the Melbourne goal. Those inside 50s will be really pumping away from the Hawks. They have given them a real raspberry today. Free kick, a bit high, going to Harry Morrison of Hawthorn. Thought about going to D'Ambrosio, and he's spotted Newcombe.
Oh, it's a good mark under pressure.
Gutsy mark from Newcombe, who gets it to Ward, and now the Hawks are on the roll.
Had D'Ambrosio to his left, who he uses by hand. He kicks to nobody really in particular. Dan Turner has absolutely outpointed Gunston all day, and he does so again on this occasion. Marks on his chest and then goes across the ground to Langdon, who goes short to Rivers. And he goes a little further afield now to Windsor, who marks on his chest. Rivers, with an acre of space through the middle of the ground, receives the handball, sends the D's inside 50 again, a one-on-one, and it's Van Rooyen at the back. Got rid of Sicily, beautiful body work. Took it in the hands, and they move it coast to coast with ease once again to the Demons. And Van Rooyen will go back and kick for his second, 40 metres out, directly in front.
Yeah, he has moved Sicily legally under the ball and just taken another very strong. I still reckon because he's in the play, he feels as if he's in the play all day in the forward line. It's a great move to get him in the ruck.
To extend the margin beyond 70 points. And he does exactly that, does Jacob Van Rooyen. This is getting exceedingly ugly for the home team. And the Demons are on an absolute heater. 12-8-80 go Melbourne. Hawthorn 1-3-9 as he brings up career goal number 100, JVR. It is a pumping here in Launceston. Saturday footy for ABC Sport.
Well, it's also good for percentage. You consider this. I'll just go to the ladder. I can't get anything up but the normal ladder. So Hawthorn have got the draw, haven't they? So that probably saves Hawthorn. But Melbourne in particular, they need percentage. So this so far has been a percentage game for them. And outside the fact of the way they're playing, this will spark a lot of controversy now, where Melbourne really sit as far as the September goes.
Well, they sit pretty in this game.
Oh, too right they do.
Inside 50 go the D's again, and Fritsch comes out and takes the chest mark.
Well, that's a brilliant mark because just for the listeners, he was parked in behind two players, a Hawthorn player and his teammate in Petty. He had to squeeze a long ball coming in. He had to get a cut across the face of them to take that mark. He took it on his chest, but it was brilliantly done.
Siren goes for half-time. It's a 71-point lead to Melbourne. Fritsch doesn't want to go off his line here. He gives us a roost. It's a good-looking kick. It's coming back. Wow. It's a goal. He's got 3, or has he got 4? He's got 4.
That's brilliant.
And they lead, Melbourne, by 77 points at half-time. If you'd have taken that in some sort of sweep, you'd think, well, I'm cooked. But I tell you what, Melbourne have done the business over the Hawks. They've booted 13 goals, 86 to 139. Bailey Fritsch with 4. He's kicked 3 in that quarter, 1 in the first. And what a stunning performance by Melbourne. Hawthorn hang their heads as they trudge off York Park. But this has been a demolition job by the D's. Amazing stuff. The goal scorers for Melbourne, Fritsch with 4, and then 2 to Van Rooyen and Harrison Petty, and then singles to Ed Langdon, Bailey Laurie, Matt Jefferson, who could have kicked about 3 or 4 himself, Harry Sharp, and Latrell Pickett. And for Hawthorn, their single goal scorer, if you got him in the sweep as a goal scorer for Hawthorn, you'd win money too, Josh Ward, who kicked his first goal of the season. And it is a 77-point lead to Melbourne at halftime. Michael Malthouse is busily scratching down plenty of things, and I'm sure there's plenty of ticks in the box of Melbourne. But the Hawks, there's no coming back from this at half-time. It's how they play the game out, Mick. And I suppose as a coach, what do you say to the Hawks at half-time?
Well, I'm as stunned as what you are, and no doubt most of the crowd and people that are watching and listening, they will not believe a scoreline that Hawthorn on a very, very good day. I can't see any flags. So I don't know if there's any breeze. I doubt there's any breeze advantage, because given the fact that Melbourne kicked 7-5 and then kicked 6-3, but they kick only 1 point for the entire quarter. With the calibre of players they've got, yes, they're down on manpower in the back half, but that's no excuse. In the front half, they've still had 23 times inside 50, can only manage 3 points, whereas the D's gone in 37 times, and they've scored 21. 21 times out of 37. That's an extraordinary figure against a very good, generally disciplined setup behind the ball. But there's some immovable force, and that is by a bloke who, I've always said, some of the best players that have ever played the game have never won Brownlows. And if this bloke probably will never win a Brownlow. But if Max Gawn isn't the best ruckman you've seen a demolition job today, not only because of the way he's been rucking, but his follow-up play, his leadership. Pickett, as you said, probably hasn't had the second quarter like the first quarter, but he's still managed a lot of possessions. In fact, I'll get those up for you. He still had 15. He had 12. Yeah, he's gone in a 3 now. I don't know if he's being tagged or not. I'm just trying to keep. It's almost impossible to see who's going through the middle for the Ds because they've got so many players that are coming off the line. The ball comes out there very, very quickly. In fact, centre bounces. I'll get the centre bounces. Clearances alone are 9-24. Centre bounces are 3-8, and that's 3-8 doesn't sound a lot. In fact, I don't know if those numbers actually add up. There's 11, and we've scored 13, 14. There should be 16, but nonetheless, Melbourne have dominated generally all over the ground. Their tackling count is extraordinary how they've tackled. I don't even know what numbers they are. I don't know if I can dig them up for you. Well, it's 33-28, but you wouldn't have thought the 28 of Hawthorn even counted. The 33 from Melbourne have been collective. They've trapped the ball. They've taken the man. The Hawthorn player has lost the ball from those tackles, and they've been able to cut Hawthorn apart, running through from the half-back line through the middle of the ground and then finding those forwards. There's been a number of shots on goal. In fact, the forward line marks are quite extraordinary. They are
10 inside 50s.
10
inside,
and they would have scored
marks.
Probably. I reckon I'd almost say that 6 or 7 of those have come from those marks. It's been an extraordinary effort. I'm sorry we don't have full stats here. We're sort of going by phones and bits and pieces, but the eye says it all. And Melbourne are in complete control. They're dominating the loose football. They're dominating the contested football. They're dominating inside 50s. Hawthorn look always uncomfortable. When the ball goes in there, they look so totally uncomfortable. Whereas Melbourne, on the other side, when it goes in the back half, it's almost like outside of the comical stuff we've seen a few times where the Hawks just haven't been able to score. Melbourne have looked very comfortable bringing the ball out. It's a complete domination. This may change a lot of people's mind of who the best Victorian side is in the race for the finals. I think Hawthorn we also need to know that they've got a lot of players out, but Melbourne have made a statement to half-time, which might say, listen, we are looking at top 4 or top 6, because I reckon 5 and 6 are an advantage because of that idiotic
top 10.
Top 10 and call them final, for God's sake. Really? Call it. Anyway, I've said
we'll go and crook about the top 6 at one stage too, won't we?
You'd be happy as a Carlton supporter or maybe a St Kilda supporter with the wild card at the moment. But the voice of Mick Malthouse on Saturday Footy for ABC Sport. Melbourne lead Hawthorn by 77 points at half-time, 86-9. It is a big result potentially unfolding here in Launceston. We'll have the second half for you very, very shortly. But for now, we're going to check in with the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Moscow says Russian forces have captured a key city in eastern Ukraine. Officials claim the city of Kostiantynivka, one of Ukraine's last strongholds in the Donbass region, has fallen to Russian troops. There's been no comment from Ukraine, and Russia's claimed several times its troops are in control of parts of the city. Seizure of the Donbass is a key Kremlin objective in the war. Russian President Vladimir Putin spoke from a command post.
The Russian armed forces continue to confidently maintain the strategic initiative in the zone of the special military operation, and the liberation of Kostiantynivka is of major strategic importance.
The The Indonesian military has recovered the body of an American pilot who was shot dead by rebels in the Papuan highlands. The West Papuan National Liberation Army says the pilot was killed as a message to the United States and the Indonesian government, which recently dramatically increased troop deployments to the rest of the region. The killing's been described by Indonesian Armed Forces Lieutenant General Luki Avianto as brutal.
Firstly, we express condolences of his death while he was undertaking services to the community. We saw ourselves that the West Papua National Liberation Army cruelly killed innocent people. We condemn this action.
Fans have been celebrating the marriage of pop singer Taylor Swift and American footballer Travis Kelce in New York City. The couple tied the knot at Madison Square Garden, with the wedding officiated by actor Adam Sandler. Celebrity guests, including Hugh Grant and pop stars Ed Sheeran and Jennifer Lopez, attended, while excited fans milled around outside.
It's exciting. I just wanted to tell them congratulations. Yeah, pretty much. I wish I was there, bro. We've been listening to her all day and all day yesterday too.
U.S. President Donald Trump is on his way to the state of South Dakota to launch a weekend of celebrations marking the 250th anniversary of America's independence from Britain. The BBC's While Griffith reports.
The United States' big birthday weekend begins at the National Monument in South Dakota, where George Washington, Theodore Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln and Theodore Roosevelt are chiseled into the granite. Over the years, President Trump has hinted that he too would like his likeness to be added, although structurally it would be difficult to achieve. He's due to deliver a speech before returning to Washington for the major 250th celebration event on the Mall, where the president has promised to host the biggest fireworks display ever seen on the planet.
A 14-year-old boy will face court charged with murder after the death of a teenager in Melbourne's north. He's the third teen to be charged over the alleged murder of 15-year-old Darwish Mohammed in Craigieburn on Wednesday night. The victim was found in a car park of Craigieburn Community Hospital by one of its employees. Police have also charged a 15-year-old boy and a 16-year-old boy with murder. Two Gold Coast teenagers missing for 3 days in bushland southwest of Brisbane have been found safe. The 17-year-old boys had set out on an overnight camping trip on Wednesday. A rescue helicopter spotted them this morning and winched them out of the Main Range National Park. They were assessed by an on-site doctor but didn't need medical treatment. An Adelaide music promoter says the cancellation of Harvest Rock this year is a symptom of bigger challenges in the event space. The SA Music Festival announced yesterday it was taking a year off for the second time since 2024. Sasha Sewell has 30 years of experience in the music industry. He says event organisers are still trying to recover from a post-COVID slump in ticket sales, combined with rising economic pressure.
I don't think there's got to be one particular thing. It would make sense for Harvest to take a gap year so they can find out, wait until costs settle down, until the skills base is there in the lineup that are suitable for the Adelaide audience can be programmed.
The Socceroos FIFA World Cup campaign has come to a heartbreaking end after a 4-2 penalty shootout loss to Egypt. Two of the Socceroos players missed their penalty shots. Former Socceroos captain Craig Foster says it's devastating, but Egypt played very well.
It's obviously devastating for all the fans and for, everyone who was enjoying the tournament so much. This team did a lot of really great stuff. Today was a tough game. We have to give credit to Egypt as well. They controlled a lot of that game. We were in a bit of trouble there and we couldn't quite get control again. So we were just hanging on.
In today's other matches, Argentina survived a scare to reach the round of 16 with the 3-2 win over Cabo Verde in extra time, and Colombia moved through with a 1-0 win over Ghana in Kansas City. ABC News.
Gardner for the slog sweep into the leg side, and that's that. Australia, they're into the final.
World Cup final at Lords. Can't really ask for much more.
The ICC Women's T20 World Cup final. Australia versus England.
World Cup finals are the games that you play for.
Can Australia find their best against the best and claim their 7th T20 crown?
Perry goes big this time. Clears the road. That's 6.
Join ABC Sport for ball-by-ball coverage tonight on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
And it flicks over back to Chandler. He's had one bounce. He runs inside 50, sizes them up, but he's got a man in the square. And Bailey Fritsch got over the back, and he'll boot his second goal, and the Demons will go further ahead.
There's Jath running around the back, gave it to him under some pressure, but got his kick away, and then floating through, almost uncontested, is Harrison Petty, who takes the mark in front of James Sicily, who just bows his head in disappointment. Harrison Petty, 45-degree angle. He'll kick from just inside the paint of 50 to really start to pile on the pain. Lays the shoe in as Harrison Petty didn't even wait for it to sail through the big sticks before he pointed his finger to the sky and said, "We've got 9. And it is raining goals for the Demons here in Launceston. Sends the D's inside 50 again, a one-on-one, and it's Van Rooyen at the back. Got rid of Sicily, beautiful bodywork. Took it in the hands, and they move it coast to coast with ease once again to the Demons. And Van Rooyen will go back and kick for his second, 40 metres out, directly in front, to extend the margin beyond 70 points. And he does exactly that, does Jacob Van Rooyen. This is getting exceedingly ugly for the home team.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Well, ugly's the word if you're a Hawthorn supporter, but delightful is the word you're looking for if you're a Melbourne fan, because the Demons are well on their way to their 10th victory of the 2026 season. They are thumping Hawthorn in Launceston, 77 points to the good. It was a 7-goal-1 first term, backed up by a 6-goal-0 second term to have Melbourne 13-8-86, leading Hawthorn 1-3-9 at the main break. Bailey Fritsch has 4 majors, and that's despite spending a chunk of time off in the first term with a hand injury. Singles to Petty, to Latrell Pickett, to Matthew Jefferson, to Bailey Laurie, Ed Langdon, and Jacob Van Rooyen also has a couple for the Demons. The sole lonely goal kicker for the Hawks is Josh Ward, who kicked one from right on 50 in the first term. The story unfolding here in Launceston. The short-handed Hawks, who, it must be said, is without 4/6 of their backline this afternoon, is getting well beaten by the Melbourne Demons. 13-8-86 to 1-3-9. It's Saturday footy on ABC Sports. Second half not too far away. Mick Malthouse is with us in the box. We'll get his thoughts very, very shortly. There's another game being played as we speak. It's happening in Canberra. And speaking of big results, the Giants looking okay against the Dockers. 8-3-51. GWS holding a 6-point advantage over Fremantle. 7-3-45 deep into the second term at Manuka Oval in Canberra. But right here in Launceston, it is a crestfallen Hawthorn faithful witnessing one of the biggest results potentially of the year unfolding right in front of their eyes. The D's up by 77 points against the Hawks at half-time. Mick Malthouse, is there any road back for the home team here at York Park?
Well, I think there's a road back. It's just structural. It's at the moment we've just seen. It's probably the best I've seen Melbourne play. Now that's always going to happen, I guess, when you've got a scoreline like it is. You say, well, that's the best they've played. But this is not by accident. I've been so impressed in Melbourne's attack on the ball for a start off in contested possessions, and that's a real indicator. First quarter was 24-47. I don't think I've seen stats like that for a long, long time. In the second quarter, it was 28-35. So it was only marginally better than Hawthorn. But you expect that a side that's going to, looking at top 4, I'm just trying to go back to this ladder if I can come up. Hawthorn at the moment are in third position. Now, Melbourne won't overtake them by this because of that draw. But right now, you say, well, I don't know whether they can actually lose that third position just by looking at the ladder. But if they want to hold it, the way they've played Hawthorn, they've played precious football. They've been monstered as far as the contested football goes. They've been monstered in the air. We've seen marks taken inside 50. I think it's even that quarter was 7-2 inside the front 50. Look, I haven't got the stats available, but I reckon there's at least 5 goals come from that 7 that would have been. They took them in a position inside the front 50 where they could actually score from. Hawthorn on the other side had 2. They got the ball inside the front 50 enough times to score, but for Melbourne's defensive work was outstanding. And then, bizarrely, Hawthorn's Generally, they're so sharp down there with Gunson and Ginnivan and Lewis and a whole host of players. But it just looks comical at some stage. We saw 2 or 3 shots on goal that one of them looked like it was in, then it bounced out, and Hawthorn players just stopped. Melbourne players were able to run the ball out. Not only run the ball out, but they got the ball in right in front of us, and we're basically on a half-forward wing at the Melbourne end. So the question, can Hawthorn get back? Hawthorn's pride will get them back. Hawthorn's ability with the numbers through the middle will get them back. Can Melbourne sustain it? It's pretty hard to sustain what they've done all day, and that goes for any side unless they're going to surrender. Hawthorn won't surrender. So if they can make inroads by 3 or 4 goals, I think that'll be a good result for Hawks.
How much do we read into the numbers that we're sort of seeing this game spit out at us, given the outs that Hawthorn have? And, you know, full credit to Melbourne for what they've been able to do here, and it looks like they're well on their way to a big win. But Amon, Impey, Weddle and Battle alone out of the back line, that's 4 of their back 6.
That's right.
It's hard to overcome.
Well, yes, it is. That is hard to overcome, but nonetheless, your back line are only used if the ball goes in there. So if the ball doesn't go in there, you can go in with two out of your 6 players playing, and you come out with the same result. Hawthorn's ability to stop Melbourne moving that ball through the corridor from back to front. So that's Hawthorn's forward line. And then the stoppage work around the ground has clearances of 10-5 that quarter, inside 50, 16-11. So it's been in Hawthorn's forward line 11 times. Now, I would suspect that probably 5 or 6 of those have gone from end to end into Melbourne's forward line because they've cut them to pieces. The thing that the Hawks have got to look at, which has not been evident at all, the defensive play to stop Melbourne moving the ball through the corridor has been absolutely non-existent. So that's an area where they can improve. And Hawthorn have been better. The other thing what Mitchell does, and does quite well, he swings the side around. So don't be surprised there's a whole host of changes on the ground to see where they can get back in the game and have some respect.
And as you say that, Mick, we're going to see the first game of Matt Hill injected into the centre bounce
there
with
it
some potentially as the igniter. But John Newcomb, 0 clearances. The leading clearance player in the game.
Yeah.
8 a game and 15 last week, and hasn't had one so far.
Well, Max Gawn has been extraordinary. He's not only a tap ruckman. You watch him direct the ball, and you'll never really find a target. He's unbelievable.
Underway in the second half. Yes, and Gawn gets the tap down, but results in a second ball up. Well, Gawn's gone the other way, and the ball hit the deck. Day, a little half-distance kick out towards Langford of Melbourne. Gets a handball away to Howes. Howes, another handball. Here's Hill. Just ran past Pickett, ran past the ball, and went back retrieved. He got a handball over the top. That was a good play by Hill. Here's Ginnivan trying to run into space. He's tripped. And
it was unlucky. He didn't mean to trip him, but the tackle was just down the legs and onto the ankle.
So Ginnivan with an early chance from about 40 metres out, slight angle.
Yeah. Generally pretty good finishing off here.
Yeah, quiet first half that we could run through most of them.
Yeah, got some friends, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Max Gawn on the mark. So Jack Ginnivan. Hasn't been too much going on possession-wise for him today. Let's have a look at how many goals he's booted. He's booted 13 goals, 12. He shoots at goal and he pops it through and then goes and has a little discussion and a push and shove with Max Gawn. And the Hawks get the first of the second half, and that'll keep a few people happy. 2-3-15 now the Hawks, 13-8-86 Melbourne, but positive signs for the Hawks in the early seconds of this second half.
Yeah, and Michael, if I must say that when you're not look, the general public will say Melbourne might have thought, we're going to have a good show. The general public think, and we alone were thinking up here, that the Hawks were good for this game, regardless of who's in and out of the side. This now doesn't become a test for Hawthorn. I don't think it becomes a test for Hawthorn. This becomes a test for Melbourne to see what happens in the second half. Do they drop? Are they comfortable? Because a lot of Melbourne players become very comfortable during the year. This will be a big test for them now.
Margin back to 71, but immediately from the middle, it's Jack Steele reading the Max Gawn tap. He thumps it inside 50 for the Demons. They win it at ground level. Pokey little ball. And they work it out of the middle onto the boot of Cozzy Pickett, who just curls one into the right-hand behind post. And that was almost the perfect and instantaneous response from the Demons, but Cozzy Pickett unable to finish things off. Hardwick receives from the Harry Morrison free kick in from full back. Morrison to Sicily, back to Morrison, arches the back, evades a tackler, and they've kicked it to Chunkworth Jath for a third or fourth time this afternoon. He gets on his bike, sends it inside 50 for the D's. Mraz, who's had a pretty good showing in his debut, it has to be said, gets in front and takes a good defensive mark, comes out wide to Mitch Lewis, who was made to work in front of the lever, but was able to take the mark, still inside defensive 50 for the Hawks, right where the boundary line meets the paint of 50. Called to play on. Spears a ball somewhat ambitiously into James Sicily. It's broken up here. Steele through hands. Sparrow feeds Sharp. There's a free kick off the ball. It might be play on advantage in favour of the D's. And Sharp curls it through. And it'll be a goal. That's his second. And the early joy for Hawthorn in this third term is instantly erased. 14-9-93 go the D's. Hawthorn 2-3-15. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, as I said, the test now is for Melbourne, so they've answered that one. The one of Ginnivan was, even though Melbourne cleared it, I think, out of the centre, Hawthorn were able to resurrect it and get it going into their forward line where Ginnivan kicked the goal. Was watched then with interest what would take place. Pickett, again, dynamite, could have had the goal, kicked into the post. And then the follow-up, Hawthorn couldn't clear it, and that's the test. If you can't clear it and you're switched on, Melbourne were able to capitalise brilliantly.
The indecision from Lewis, and then tried to bite off a kick that wasn't there to Sicily. Back in the centre, that ball's to Day. Day's had a bounce, goes long inside 50. It won't be a goal. Almost a mark to Lewis, who's found himself back in the forward pocket. He spins around, gets a handball to Hill. Here's a chance for Hill. Maybe his first goal in league footy. No, gets tackled to ground. It'll be a ball up.
How good, Michael, was that tackle, not to fall into his back. Melbourne are really switched on.
Just held up beautifully. Up it goes. Gawn knocks it down toward, trying to get it to the boundary. Ginnivan spun in the tackle by Rivers. It'll be another ball up.
I like the way Melbourne is set up outside the back 52. They've got four players outside. So if they do clear it, it's not going to come straight back.
Gone out of the ruck, then just hands it to Harvey Langford. Langford goes out wide to the grandstand side of the ground. The paces are there. Bailey McDonald, one of the quickest. And he can't handle it along with Jath, and it rolls out of play for a boundary throw-in just 50-odd metres away from the Hawthorn goal, just right on the paint of 50, basically. And a ball in here with Meek and Gawn. Of course, Hawthorn not with Reeves today to be able to rotate through there. Gawn just gets Meek just shoves Gawn out of the way. It falls to Baylor McDonald, who just threw it on the boot. A torpedo inside 50. Almost the mark to Ginnivan. Gets swamped. In goes Mitch Lewis. Rivers fighting hard. Ginnivan just hooked it back in. Where's the umpire see this? He says, give it to me. It'll be a ball up. 14-9-93 plays 2-3-15. Melbourne lead.
48 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. Newcomb off the stoppage, just throws it onto the left boot. High ball towards the top of the goal square. Chol got back. It was broken up. Lever arrived on the scene. Chol still there. Jath too. He just poked it into the box, Socceroos style. But it's all D's.
Oh, well
work it out. It's a nice little ball,
isn't it?
It finds Howes under pressure. He immediately plays on by hand to Keziah Pickett, who comes up the line. He just missed the target in Sharp as Bailey McDonald nudges him underneath. And it'll be a ball in right in front of the interchange benches. Demons lead by 78 points.
Look more competitive this quarter though, Hawthorn. They just seem to be a bit more energy, probably a bit more angry too.
From the ball in, Meek got to the front. Tap was sharked by Sparrow. Day working hard. Steele was there, fed the handball up to Sparrow, but it was picked off by McKenzie. He gave it to Meek. They bobble it around. Ward back to Meek. He's taken down in a tackle, going nowhere. So a ball up. Same position. Right half forward for the Hawks. 80 from their goal. They jostle again. Gawn just gets rid of Meek, takes it out of the ruck, feeds a handball forward, only as far as Day, who's taken over the line. And we'll have another ball in front of the physios down on the boundary. D's hold a 78-point advantage.
Boundary throw in right in front or just to the right of the interchange gates on the broadcast side of the ground. Meek works his way to the front, tries to knock it down to Ryan, and he was held by one arm and had the ball tucked under the wing of the other and couldn't get away. Chandler with the fierce tackle. Up it goes again. Both ruckmen just get fingertips on it. In goes Rivers, and he might get a free kick for one across the shoulder here.
Do you reckon that Mitchell's had a talk to Meek? He just seems an angry man at the moment because Gawn has dominated so much.
He had a chat to quite a few of them. Here's Sparrow, runs off the line, kicks inside 50, and Van Rooyen. Gee, that's a good set of hands.
But no one on him.
Just had separation from Mraz playing his first game, it's got to be said, but
beautiful kick.
Mraz has been very good aerially too himself, but
he kicked that in, Michael.
That was Sparrow, I think.
Wow, beautiful kick. I mean, he identified the player at centre half forward. The Hawthorn player was probably 6 or 7 metres inside him, thinking that he was going to come up the line a bit further, and that Van Rooyen was nowhere near it. But that ball travelled beautifully and was marked beautifully.
Kicked his 100th career goal in the second term, Jacob Van Rooyen. He's kicked 2 in this match. Lays back on the kick. It looks pretty straight from here. Goal number 3 to Jacob Van Rooyen. And Melbourne continue to inflict pain on the Hawks. And they move now to 15-9-99 to Hawthorn, labouring away at 2-3-15. And you just wouldn't think it is a 3rd versus 7th contest here at York Park. And it's out to over 80 points.
And 3rd being home ground here, hardly ever. I can't remember Hawthorn being beaten. Now, I know they probably have, but not the games that I've been down here. They meet every challenge. There's a big challenge in front of them just to even show a bit of pride at the moment because, quite frankly, the Melbourne side have responded to that first goal by Ginnivan in the 3rd quarter and kicked 2 themselves. But again, the intent there on the tackling and the chasing and the ball use has been outstanding.
Back in the middle we go. Day off the tap. He's immediately taken the ground by Fitzgerald. We'll restart. 84 points. They'll be eyeing the triple figures now, the D's. That becomes the next little motivator for a team that's already up by a lot. They scramble in after it. Right on the bullseye, middle of York Park. It's going nowhere, so another ball up.
It's harder for Melbourne to clear it now. I think Hawthorn are a different setup in the middle.
Smacked away. Chandler got hands to it, taken down in a tackle, but it squirts out to Steele, who had Latrell Pickett running to his right. Used him by hand. He had time to size up a pass inside 50. It was ill-directed. Sicily got in front, didn't bring down the mark. Windsor just patted it to his advantage. Fed it up to Van Rooyen. Round the body he goes. Van Rooyen again. Number 4 for JVR. And the Demons extended out to 90. 16-9-105. 2-3-15. Shell shock in Launceston. Saturday footy for ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, what do you got for us?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Melbourne have come off a bye, haven't they? And there's a couple of things about the bye. It depends on what stage of the year it is. And have you had a chance to freshen up your players? Well, clearly Melbourne have. Because quite often the bye stops your momentum. And Melbourne look for a bye every week after this one. But Hawthorn look tired. It's almost like they look disinterested, quite frankly. But you don't want to say that. But they are really belting the hell of the Hawks, Melbourne.
16-9 to 2-3. Out of the centre, McKenzie, hack kick inside 50, chopped up by Tolstrup. Tolstrup goes out wide, and he's got Jath, who's owned that side of the ground. Takes the mark, goes to Sparrow. Sparrow with another little kick. That's okay. Find Latrell Pickett. Latrell Pickett, what can he get? Inside 50. He kicks it, looking for Fritsch. Can't take the mark. In front was Chandler. In they go. Barras, tackled by Jefferson. Ball up 40 metres out from the Melbourne goal. They're inside 50 again.
Quickly inside 50.
Very quickly. They move that footy so superbly. Up it goes. Meek taps it down, looking for Newcomb. In comes Windsor, just paddling to the line, and Chandler comes in with a big tackle. And it'll be a boundary throw in. Right forward pocket, Melbourne in attack again. How many times have we said that today? What a clean pair of heels they're giving the Hawks here. Amazing stuff. Up it goes. Meek. It was a short throw in. Handball to the stationary Newcomb, like a statue, who's been pinged for holding the ball.
Wow. I'd like to see that again. The ball virtually went straight to him and he got grabbed and maybe made no attempt, but I don't know what attempt he could have made given the fact that it went straight into him and he was tackled.
It was front on, I think, and the ball was smothered in the middle, and the umpires normally say, oh, OK, well, that's a ball up. But no, he's been pinged for holding the footy.
Well, I'd like to see it again. From the eye, it just looked like he was just a little bit... Yeah, I think he was... I think he's a bit stiff.
Latrell Pickett is the man with the free kick from 15 metres out, directly in front, and says, thank you very much. I've booted goal number 3, and we're moving closer to triple figures. It is now 96 points at York Park. 17-9, 111 to 2-3-15. It has been a rout. It continues to be a rout.
Yep.
4 unanswered goals in this, 4 goals to 1, I should say, in this third term.
And we saw Hawthorn kick that first one. Now, have you got anyone over the back getting these balls, Michael? Because I think that's the third one I've seen just go straight over the top.
I'm a small business owner in Tasmania, dealing in footballs.
Well, you make a fortune. Well, the D's have responded to what you would hope, that their first half wasn't just a flash in the pan. They've kept the pressure on the Hawks, a bit stiff there, Hawks, but nonetheless the ball again was inside the front 50 and they're just getting it, and they're, quite frankly, they're just doing the job on Hawthorn.
96 points.
Just be close to 50 metres. That's got to be 50. That's a silly free kick.
So Jack Dalton took the mark out of the congestion from the ball up and got a little bit of late treatment, and he's going to be marched in front of goal here.
Silly play. Once the mark was taken, you just back off that one. It was far too late. It gives Hawthorn an easy goal.
So Dalton, just the tiniest, rarest little bit of joy for the Hawks. A young kid on the rise, and he bangs it through from 35 metres out directly in front. And they might be down by 90 points, the Hawks, but they come from all corners to get around him as Jack Dalton slots it. 17-9, 111 to Hawthorn's 3-3-21. Demons by 90, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
You can repeat that? By 90. By 90. You cannot,
with a 9.
You can't get your head around it, can you? It's
just 96.
It's un-Hawthorn-like. But full credit to Melbourne. Those D supporters, I've come across a few coming over last night and walking around town this morning. They will be walking on a few clouds, I would suspect.
Yes, a few people that I know will be some interesting comments tonight, I can tell you. Oh, yeah. Melbourne supporters. Here's Mabior Chol. Just take it out of the ruck and then kicks it inside 50. Almost a mark. And that was Mraz, who's been pushed forward once again. He's been pushed back, pushed forward, trying to find a spot for him, trying to, I guess, just to rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic.
And this is the experiment that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. You can't keep going with the same stuff. You've got to keep throwing players around just to see Melbourne trying to then combat. There's newness in there, so they're trying to find their new opponent.
Out of the ball in, Van Rooyen took it out of the ruck against Mraz and just kicked it high, and getting back was Hardwick. Hardwick takes the mark and he's going to fan it across to this side of the ground where he's got Morrison in position A.
He marks uncontested and then furthers things to Dalton, the goal kicker, who's at right half forward, too far out to score. He kicks it to
what a mark.
Dangerous spot, but it was a terrific mark indeed. Latrell Pickett just read it best, floated right in front of Mraz and took the easy mark. His kick didn't match the efforts in the air as Mabior Chol mops up a loose ball, kicks it over the head of Jack Gunston. There's just been no connection for the Hawks forwards so far today. Latrell Pickett wins it again, gave it to Howes, now Bowie in the back pocket for the D's, and Lever receives. They work it through hands. Rivers They keep it moving. Sharp on the outside. He receives. Back inside. Fitzgerald. Out to Laurie. All by hand here. Back to Sharp. Eventually a kick. Left foot tumbler. Inside forward 50. Jefferson on the bounce. Gave it to Windsor. Put him under the pump. Bailey McDonald took him to ground. They forced the turnover, the Hawks. Ginnivan comes away with it. Shares it with Sicily. And he's got a man in D'Ambrosio.
Overuse of ball, Melbourne then. It's the first time for the game that they've... The movement was fantastic, but it was one too many hand passes. They had targets, kicking, marking targets, didn't use them. And as a consequence, Hawthorn have come out... they've turned it over as well.
Well, a chain of little short passes ended up with Ginnivan, who's kicked it straight to Pickett. Now Pickett kicks it looking for Langdon. Langdon's just inside 50, then just kept it in by a paddle to Fritsch, then got it back from Fritsch, then a handball away. This could be a check side shot at goal, and he's missed.
Brilliant play.
Yes, that was Fitzgerald having a shot for goal. Couldn't quite get the job done. But Langdon did superbly well there a moment or two ago to keep it in, and Bailey Fritsch shared it off and could win another goal to Melbourne. 17-10, 112 to 3-3-21.
Ginnivan off half-back, tries to just drive Hawthorn forward to the bootlaces of Jack Gunston, who fights for it at ground level. Sliding in was Connor McDonald. He took the footy and somehow squirted it out. The umpire was lurking. He's work it out. Turner fed it to Cozzy Pickett, who showed some candy to Will Day. Got onto his right, kicked it towards Latrell, but getting in front of him was Marvio Chol, taking the defensive mark. Spots a man in some space at half forward in Connor McDonald. He hits a player up on the short in Gunston.
Well, it's the first time that Gunston looked like getting something that gives him a chance to mark it. Albeit the fact that he's right on 50, he's going to have to go about 55 metres. There's no one tall in the goal square, so if he's quick, get the ball down there. I don't know where the ruckman's just wandering. Who is the ruckman? I can't see a Melbourne ruckman down there, anywhere near it.
So Gunston from beyond the pain of 50. It'll take absolutely all he's got. It won't make the distance. It's ushered over by Jake Lever for a minor score.
I don't think Melbourne didn't have a ruckman on the ground. So Gawn's just come on. The other ruckman was coming off. That may have been Van Ruin, was it?
Well, he's the man who's been doing most of the second.
Yeah, so that's poor play by Melbourne. Really, they were a bit lucky to get away with that.
17-10, 112 to 3-4-22. From the kick, Mraz takes a nice mark. The battle of the 21s, and Mraz takes it in front of Jefferson. Has Sicily by hand nearby, but he decides to kick inside 50. Up they float, and just an easy pick off for Turner to take the mark, and then just spreads it out wider and finds Langdon. Langdon, the man on the run in Windsor on the outer side. Day's trying to reel him in, but he won't get there. And the kick down the line to Fritsch, who had one grab inside the line of play and then one grab out, and the umpire said throw it in. It'll be a boundary throw in. 17-10, 112 Melbourne. Hawthorn 3-4-22. We've gone 20 and a half minutes in the third term.
In it comes. Meek just tried to palm it down, but Cy Pickett just brought it under his spell beautifully. Fed out a handball to Windsor now. Fitzgerald. Flying shot on goal. Van Rooyen for a fifth. All the way to the line. Touched on through. That was just a little low.
Yeah. I think he had to rush kick it because he would have been smothered.
Bailey McDonald with the kick-out duties. He put Massimo D'Ambrosio right under the pump. Newcomb arrives onto the scene, feeds out a handball somehow back to Bailey McDonald, wrapped up in the tackle, slung to the ground by Bailey Laurie. And a ball up inside 50 for the D's. Hard to think of a bigger domination in a game this season.
Yes. Did someone win by... Did Fremantle beat North Melbourne by 120, I think, but I don't think it was like this. I think Fremantle just dominated the play, whereas Melbourne here, their tackling has been outstanding. Their run is just incredible. Incredible, the run.
The Crows had a big win over North Melbourne as well earlier in the season.
Yes, that's right.
This would certainly be in the top handful as D'Ambrosio runs into all sorts of trouble. Then Bailey McDonald suplexes Latrell Pickett onto the ground, and it's a little high. Maybe more like a DDT. Free kick Melbourne. 65 from goal. Poked into the pocket. Sicily stands tall. Takes the defensive mark. Back towards the goal square. Hardwick Bites off the short. They move it to the other side of the ground. Mraz goes short as well. Ginnivan, who's moved down into defence to find some footy.
Mraz has done pretty well. Did you say his first game?
First game?
Yeah, he's shows a good size.
Perez, then Ward, and then Ginnivan, who kept running, received the handball, kicked in the Chol direction, who flew over the top of Jath, couldn't quite bring it down, but then wrenched it out of his grasp at ground level, tackled as he kicked. Here's Gunston on a lead. He marks out in front of Turner, who's had him well beat all afternoon. He squares it up to Ginnivan, who marks on the pain of 50, 45-degree angle.
I was wondering what Jack Gunston was going to do there, because he's chasing his first goal. It was right on 50. He's given the ball back to right on 50. Knowing Ginnivan, he is a very, very good team man, so he'll try to find something, or he's got to go 55 metres to kick a goal there.
He does fancy himself from range, does Jack Ginnivan. He's going to have a ping from right on the pain of 50. Range, a little bit of an issue. It doesn't quite get there, and it slides across the face. Knocked over for a minor score. Hawks move to 3-5-23, trailing Melbourne 17-11, 113. Back to an even 90. Saturday footy, ABC Sport. Michael Maney.
Lever boots down the wing, and then the umpires pluck the free kick. It's going to the D's, is it? No, we're in total confusion.
Well, I'm glad it was, because it was a silly kick by the Melbourne player. He's kicked it straight to Hawthorn player. But Sicily did too much work early on. Then you got to do some good work, but can't take a player out.
So Petty's got the free kick right on the wing in front of us here, and he'll kick it inside 50 for another one for Melbourne. Up they fly. Jefferson a little bit too early, and then Mraz just held his ground and took a nice mark. Very good hands, Mraz.
Oh, I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed. Under siege down there. He's had a fair bit of the football.
Hardwick into the middle, and then Hawthorn turn it over. Hill tackled by Jath, and he can't get it out of there, and the umpire says give it to me. There have just been so many errors, error-riddled game by Hawthorn, but the reason for that is Melbourne's pressure. From the ball up, spills to Newcomb. Now free kick goes to McDonald, and advantage paid. Now it's taken by Ward. Ward inside 50, looking for Chol. Has taken the mark in front of Lever. Got a little bit of separation from the number 8 for Melbourne. And Mabior Chol, well, there's been no delivery down there for any of the forwards today for the Hawks, but that was a nice piece of play. And now Mabior Chol will line up from 35 metres out, almost directly in front, for goal number 4 for the Hawks. They trail 17-11, 113 to 3-5-23. We've gone almost 25 minutes in this third term. Here's Mabior Chol. Lays back. It comes around. Goal umpire says, that'll do me. It's both fingers up, and the Hawks get goal number 4. 4-5-29 to 17-11, 113. And you don't have to guess too much. That's Mabior's first of the afternoon. But the Hawks have got 3.
Yeah, he's been good from Chol through the year. I was always a bit critical of the way his nonchalance in perhaps his early days in his previous clubs. He just didn't seem to have that, I guess, that intensity that you would really like. I think Hawthorn has brought the best out of him, perhaps maturity as well. He is a multi-positional player. He goes in the ruck and does a pretty good job with the new rules of having to stand there and jump with a ball being thrown up. And his kicking has improved dramatically as well.
Gone again out of the middle, just won his own footy, then swung around and put it towards half forward for the Demons. On the bounce, it was Bodie Ryan. He was tackled by Laurie. We'll have a ball up on the point of the square, left half forward for the Demons. Now Meek takes it out of the ruck, shrugs off a few, throws it on the boot, kicks to half forward for the Hawks. And Jath, who's played an excellent game against his former club this afternoon.
He's been fantastic, really fantastic.
Takes the defensive mark, runs off his line, pumps the Demons forward. I'm out 55 metres, and that's a good mark over the back taken by Mraz.
Oh, he's a real find. This kid is a real find. He knows where to get with the football, 198 centimetres. Takes an outstanding mark. I would say that's probably his 8th mark, and 4 of those would be contested. He's a great find for the Hawks.
Well, they can take one little slither out of today, the Hawks. They might well have uncovered one Mraz as they come back across the ground here. Mraz will get it. uncontested. And he'll just poke a little ball to Harry Morrison on the lead. He's got McCabe a little further afield. He ignores that.
He probably hasn't been able to get a game, Whereas because of Battle. So they might have found a new position for Battle as well as Barras.
McDonald takes it on the bounce and then hits up D'Ambrosio. He plays on, shimmies around an opponent and moves it forward to Mitch Lewis, who marks on centre wing outer side. The Hawks can go inside 50. He kicks to a 2-on-1, put Hill under all sorts of pressure. And the D's easily deal with it. Jake Lever knocks it over for a ball in. 55 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. 3.5 minutes remaining in this third term. Demons lead by 84 points. Hawthorn's biggest ever loss here at York Park is 75, if my record keeping is correct. And that was way back in 2017 against the Saints. Knocked towards the boundary here. This is over and out. Another ball in, 75 metres out from Hawthorn's goal, out of side.
The Hawthorn players expecting it to be a free kick. They should know the rules. As a ruckman, unless it goes out in the full, they can put the ball on the deck anytime they like.
Speaking of ruckman, here they are on cue. Meat takes it out of the ruck, beats Gawn, kicks inside 50. Chol on a full burst, takes the chest mark, and he'll have another shot at goal. And he can round about the same spot as he was last time.
Yeah, and he can do this, Michael. He does launch from the front of the pack. He's very quick and he's got a good jump, so it's very hard to defend. You really have to play almost side by side or slightly in front and cut his run. Melbourne player elected to go behind him. You pay a penalty for that.
The man standing the mark is Jake Lever. Doesn't lower his colours too much.
No, he hasn't, but Lever does play behind.
Here's Chol from about 47, laconically as ever. He's got a nice draw on this, and Marbior's got a couple for the term, and he's got a couple for the game. And the Hawks have kicked 4 in this term, where they'd kicked 1 goal to half-time. So Hawthorn moved to 5-5-35, Melbourne 17-11, 113. So the Hawks making some little small inroads into that massive margin, 113-35.
Yeah, well, just good play by the Hawks to get the ball in there. They bullied their way, typical Hawthorn style, actually, to get the football into that position. It was a contested football basically all the way up, and it was a contested mark. So we've become very used to that type of play. Mind you, it's still 4 goals each. You can't expect Melbourne to keep that pressure up all day.
To the middle we go. Meek and Gawn contest once again. At ground level is McKenzie trying to shovel out to Newcomb. He had to get rid of a couple. Diving through was Windsor. Fed it out to Gawn, and now they're released on the outside via Steele. Steele sends the D's inside 50. Petty direction. Takes it on the second bite. Had Barras for company. That's a strong mark out in front. He's about 50 metres for goal on a tight angle.
They've got some really good marking power. Not necessarily straight up in the air. The big contested one, Van Ruin's not bad at that, but they've on the lead. Petty's very good, Van Ruin's very good, Fritsch is very good. So they've got that. They have to lower their eyes to get that football. And I reckon a couple of years ago they were just banging in and wondering why they couldn't kick a big score. Well, this is the reason. You've got to find targets.
This will take some kicking.
It's a long way.
52 metres out. A little stutter step from Harry Petty. Tightish angle. Just inside the boundary. Floats it up to the top of the goal square. No mark able to be taken. Meek at the fall, lived dangerously momentarily before feeding it back to Cam McKenzie. Just thumps it out of the area. Dalton had about 5 demons to beat. Rivers was one of them, won the footy. Handballed it back to Jath, who showed some exquisite can. He tried to hit up a teammate on the lead in Jefferson. But getting in front was McCabe and knocking it out for a ball in at left half forward.
4 goals, 2 to Hawthorn in this term, and Melbourne have kicked 4 goals, 3.
So they
haven't
kicked the last 3, have they?
Yeah, 15, 25 and 29 minute mark. The D's haven't scored a goal since the 13-minute mark of this term. Ball close to the line, taken by Day, and then McKenzie is tackled to the line. Another good tackle there by Rivers. That's part of his game. Vice-like grip for him. We've ticked into almost the 32-minute mark of this third term. Boundary throw in. Gawn just reaches over the top. Snagged by Moore. Well done by Howes. Howes tried to get it to Tolstrup, and now taken by Steele. Can't believe the improvement in Steele this year. Yeah. He's just been terrific for the D's since switching from St Kilda. Now Chandler, umpire's blown the whistle for a throw. It's against Melbourne. It'll be a free kick. It'll be taken by Bailey McDonald, who just chips in short to Perez.
Perez marks, spies something he likes on the outer side, but again, Jath breaks it up. D'Ambrosio was the target. He'll receive it eventually. He'll send Hawthorn inside 50, but it's a misguided kick because Cosy Pickett was waiting to pick it off, and he did exactly that. Marks on his chest. Outside a defensive 50, and he tried to bite something off a little miraculous, and he put it straight down the throat of Harry Morrison.
That's a very ordinary kick by Pickett. You've got to trust more late in the quarters. You've got to practice what you're going to do with the football. You've got to weigh it up.
So Newcomb's kick right on the siren. If he'd known, he would have gone back and had a kick, and he just raises his arms as if to say, why didn't somebody tell me that the siren was 3 seconds away from sounding? I would have gone back and had a shot. It'll matter little because at the three-quarter time break, Melbourne will hold a 78-point advantage over the Hawks. 17-11, 113 to Hawthorn's 5-5-35. We'll run through some goal kickers for you quickly before we jump off for a short break for the D's. 4 apiece to Jacob Van Rooyen and Bailey Fridge. Harry Sharp has 2. Latrell Pickett has 2. 2 to Harrison Petty. 1 to Bailey Laurie, Ed Langdon, Matthew Jefferson. They have filled up the goal kicker sheet this afternoon. All for the Hawks, 2 to Chol, 1 to Ward, 1 to Ginnivan, and 1 to Dalton. It is the Demons by 78 points here in Launceston. It was an improved Hawthorn in that third term. Will turn for home shortly. Hawthorn with an almighty mountain to climb, I think, is an understatement. Demons looking to notch up their 10th win. We'll take a short break from here in Launceston and be right back right after this.
The crowd ready to witness some history.
The Wallaby Gold is back.
He's got 50 to run. Max Jorgensen is going to score for Australia.
ABC Sport is your home of the Wallabies this month.
And Australia wins the Test match.
Tune in for every home test on ABC Listen. Just look for the ABC Sport Extra button.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Here's Hill, just ran past Pickett, ran past the ball, and went back retrieved. He got a handball over the top. That was a good play by Hill. Here's Ginnivan trying to run into space. He's tripped. He's booted 13 goals, 12. He shoots at goal, and he pops it through, and then goes and has a little discussion and a push and shove with Max Gorn. And the Hawks get the first of the second half, and that'll keep a few people happy.
Size up a pass inside 50. It was ill-directed. Sicily got in front, didn't bring down the mark. Windsor just patted it to his advantage. Fed it up to Van Rooyen. Round the body he goes. Van Rooyen again. Number 4 for JVR.
Latrell Pickett is the man with the free kick from 15 metres out, directly in front, and says, thank you very much. I've booted goal number 3. Kicks inside 50. Chol on a full burst takes the chest mark, and he'll have another shot at goal. Here's Chol from about 47, laconically as ever. He's got a nice draw on this, and Marbior's got a couple for the term, and he's got a couple for the game.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and ABC Listen.
Yes, Hawthorn flirting with its biggest ever loss in Launceston. It's 75 points. The margin here currently 78. Melbourne with its foot right on the throat of the Hawks at York Park, searching for their 10th win of the season. We're about to get the 4th and final term underway. A quick update from Monica, where the Giants lead the Dockers up 9-7-61 to 8-5-53. They're up by 8 points. And the next game about to get started is happening up on the Gold Coast. It's the Suns and the Magpies, where Brett Sprigg is casting his eye. G'day, Spriggy.
Chris, this is arguably Gold Coast's biggest occasion of each season, hosting the Magpie Army up here during the holidays. Previous contests account for the 5 biggest crowds in Carrara history. This year has not been a holiday for Damien Hardwick's Suns, having had 5 straight losses, their worst losing run since 2019. They looked listless in attack last week against the Dockers, kicking only 3 goals. They'll have a debutant in their midst today, Dylan Patterson, a local lad from Palm Beach, Currumbin, the 4th academy lad that will see his opportunity this year. While for the Magpies, Liam Puncher becomes their 5th debutant of the season. He was their mid-season pickup out of the Swans Academy in Sydney and then via the SANFL. He's a key defender, gets his first game today. They won't have Scott Pendlebury today. We learnt this morning calf soreness will see him miss, with Angus Anderson rejoining the selected side. There are no further late changes for either side. It's fine conditions, low 20s here on the Gold Coast. I'll be joined by Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis, Michael Price and Jess Stewart, and we'll bring it all to you in the Saturday twilight here on the Gold Coast for the Suns and the Pies.
Thanks, Spriggy. Big one up on the Gold Coast. Sellout crowd expected up there, of course, with the Magpies in town. The Black and White Army rolling into the Sunshine State. Speaking of sunshine, the York Park surface is bathed in it here in Launceston. It's one bright spot to take away if you're a Hawthorn supporter who's come out to see your favourite team ply their trade on this lovely Tasmanian afternoon. But the footy has been brutal. If you are a Hawk, it has been beautiful. If you're a Demon, 17-11, 113 the D's lead Hawthorn 5-5-35 as we turn for home. Team's about to break from their 3-quarter time huddles. Mick Malthouse, it's been a Demon demolition. The Hawks were better in that third term, but the Demons in cruise control now as we head for the final bell.
Yeah, as we said, Chris, early on, or just after the half-time break, the test now probably won't be more the Hawks, will be the Demons to see whether their concentration can be maintained. It's 4 goals each. I'll call that Melbourne have done enough that quarter to say that they were still switched on. Their tackling count was up. The contested football, where they've dominated the first half, was around about even 32-31, so there's nothing in that. Inside clearances, that's where the Hawks were better. It was 10-13, still got beaten, but they were much better in that clearances of that quarter. That's what gave them the opportunity to get the ball inside 50. Inside 50s 15-21, so again that was Melbourne's favour, but Hawthorn looked like they could score when the ball went in there. Possession rate roughly the same, down a little bit by the D's, but they still managed 4-3 to 4-2. So again, last quarter test, this will be interesting to see whether Melbourne can maintain the distance between what they own at the moment compared to what Hawthorn are going to try to get back in.
We're underway for the 4th and final here in Launceston. There's a free kick here. It's going to go Hawthorn's way out of the middle. Meek will get things moving immediately to Newcomb, who gets onto his right boot and sends Hawthorn deep inside 50. Chol didn't quite get a run at the ball. It fell out the front to Josh Ward, who can bang through a second, and he does on the left boot. So they start brightly in this 4th and final to the Hawks via a Josh Ward major, and they peg it back by a further 6 points. The margin back to 72 as the Hawks got a 6-5-41, trailing Melbourne 17-11, 113, and that was a little better Mick Malthouse.
Yeah, well, they got the ball out of the centre. Today's football is, whether you like it or you don't, 6-6-6. If you get the ball out of the centre and it becomes a chaos football, anything can happen. That did. It was a big smashback. Went to Ward, who was not only in a good position but was able to finish, and quite often they get the football when it got no space. He made space and was able to squeeze the ball through. So he, it's out of the centre. What the free kick is for, I don't think anyone knows.
Still trying to work that out, but it resulted in a Hawthorn goal. In goes Newcomb again from the ball in. Latrell Pickett just threw himself forward, and now there's a pack developing, and the umpire will call for it. I don't
want to bag the umpires on that, because it's a ruck drill, and quite often I just think that's one of the ones where the balls, it doesn't seem to be ever clear what the free kick's for.
Yeah, they're tough, those ones, to try and work out. Might be a free kick going to D'Ambrosio here. He's on the wing right in front of us. Just tried to crash his way through the pack and cop the clip on the way through. Short kick, spots up Dylan Moore, who's been really quiet today.
What's his first kick, I reckon? Close to his first kick.
Goes long, almost a mark to the Melbourne defender. Taken by Connor McDonald. Another handball to Ward. Ward this way, that way. Tried to get onto his left. Now the handball to Bailey McDonald. McDonald's kick just dies in trajectory looking for Ginnivan. And he's given away a free kick, has Lever, and it's a free kick here to Jack Ginnivan. So it was a swervy old ball. It was off the boot. It was one of those real tough ones to mark. And Ginnivan just happened to be in front. And Lever must have just reached over the top and give away the free kick.
Yeah, it's so hard for a backline player to spoil a ball. Again, I don't want to be bagging the umpires, but that anywhere else around the ground, that is just called play on. It's just so highlighted when it's in the front 50.
Ginnivan from 40 keeps it low and gets it straight. Ginnivan gets his second of the afternoon, and the Hawks get two within 3 minutes of the final quarter. They've moved along to 7-5-47 to 17-11, 113. They've got it into the 60s. It's now 60. What is it? 66 points. The difference now.
It's to 100, or close to it.
96. It got
96. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Hawthorn has certainly kicked the last. What did they kick? Five of the last 7 goals. Is it?
Well, 15. Yeah, Melbourne's last goal, 13-minute mark, third term.
Yeah.
So Hawthorn kicked goals at the 15, 25, 29.
Four. Last 4 goals, yeah. And these last 2 have come virtually straight out of the centre, and that shows where Melbourne dominated in the first half. They really just fixed Hawthorn up out of the centre. It's going to happen again. Hawthorn are going to clear it again. That's another clearance by Hawthorn.
Moore got it out to Morrison on the far wing. There's a free kick here at centre-half forward. It'll go Melbourne's way. Short ball in from Rivers to Windsor. He comes out wide to Latrell Pickett. It's knocked away from him by Bailey McDonald. Over and out it goes. So a ball in front of the interchange benches. Demons by a fitting 66 points.
It might be beyond any side to get back from 56 with 18 minutes to play, but for 66. But nonetheless, this is, as I say, it's a real test for Melbourne. And Meeks picked his game up. He's starting to bring Gawn back a little bit.
Rare clearance from Newcomb. He pumped it inside 50. Mabior Chol weighted down and just fell into his lap at the back of the pack.
Nearly played on too.
And he had a man streaming towards goal, and he thought, no, I'm going to go back and slot this.
Yeah. This is not doing justice to Melbourne. Melbourne have dominated for so long. But nonetheless, as I said, Hawthorn rarely give it in. So this is just another case of going away without an embarrassment.
Percentage might be a factor as well.
Well, that's right.
How
exactly.
tight it is.
Yeah, exactly.
So Mabior Chol, he'll still kick from about 48 metres out, if not a little further, from a slide angle. Left foot bowl. Laconic action. Looks pretty good for number 3. Mabior Chol picks up a third. He's had a reasonable day. What has been a dirty one for the Hawks. And they bring it back to 60. 8-5-53 go the Hawks. Trailing Melbourne 17-11, 113. It's going to be too little too late. But what do you do now? What's your thought process, Mick, as I guess the Melbourne coaching staff and the leaders out there? You really want to squeeze as much juice as you possibly can out of this.
That's what I've been saying from half-time forward. The test is not going to be for Hawthorn because they will come back and they've got, I'm not to say nothing to lose, they've got a scoreboard that was horrible at half-time. The test is for Melbourne to keep the foot on the throat. Now, they've eased it up halfway through that last quarter, I believe. Now this is an opportunity. They haven't looked like getting a score, and Hawthorn have. So Hawthorn have dominated the stoppages since we said that's what they need to do to get back in the game, and their stoppage work has been, quite frankly, beautiful.
Kicked the last 6 goals of the match, Hawthorn, and Melbourne go forward again. Chopped off here by Hardwick, gets a handball away to Moore. Moore gets it to Day. Day delayed the handball over the top, looking for Connor McDonald. He runs onto it to D'Ambrosio. D'Ambrosio gets it away to Lewis. Lewis's kick, looking for Chol, and Chol takes the mark and kicks the goal. The last 7 to the Hawks is back to 54. What's come over this game? Hawthorn suddenly woken up from their slumber and they're starting to hit the scoreboard.
Last 7, is it?
Last 7 goals now.
So that's something as a team that dominates. You cannot allow an opposition no matter how good it is, when you've dominated for so long, to come back and certainly the mix in the middle has changed. The Hawks are now starting to get a lot more of the clearances, and from the clearances have created goals. And that was not solely the difference in the first half. Melbourne dominated, but Gawn's got off the boil. Van Ruin predictably probably got a little bit tired, and now you start to question votes. You go, well, hang on, it was so easy before. Now we're seeing Van Ruin back in the ruck, so let's see how he goes.
Into the 50s, 54 points the margin, still a long way to go for the Hawks, but they're going to go again here. Bailey McDonald streaming off half back. His kick is not good, straight to Howes at left half forward for the Hawks and right half back for the Demons. So he sends it back to where it came, up the near wing, over the back, big fist from Raz into the arms of Bodie Ryan, who's immediately claimed. We'll have the ball up right on the logo, centre wing, near side.
So Gawn's off the ground, so he'll come on in about 5 minutes and ruck the rest of the game. This is where the game's going to be not won or lost, but this is the predictability of result will come from the stoppages.
Hawks again here out of the congestion. Dylan Moore, barely sided, puts it into a pretty dangerous position, looking for Dalton on the lead, knocked away by Jath. Got the handball up to Windsor. They'll work it out here well. Rivers, little poking ball to the outer side where Langdon marks on his chest. At left half back, Windsor kept on running. Did he keep it in?
No.
He didn't, so they turn it over. Hawthorn ball.
A lot of Hawthorn players clear now. Melbourne generally look tired. I think the first half, and this is the growth area where you've got to say, OK, we're in front, and no one predicted the sort of scoreline, but can we now hold it? They've got to know when to hold it and then know when to play it. And right now, they've been caught in between.
Your knowledge is just impeccable, Mick, because you said it's more about what Melbourne can do, not necessarily Hawthorn. Can Melbourne really finish off the game? And they've stopped to a walk because Hawthorn are just starting to get things going. Bodie Ryan kicks it out wide after a string of short passes and now taken by Hardwick. Hardwick kicks long down the line where Dylan Moore's starting to come into the game. He's immediately off, kicks a little short one and hits up Lewis. Lewis marks in front of Lever. And the Hawks have booted 4 unanswered goals in this last term, and Mitch Lewis going for goal number 5, and this will be goal number 8 unanswered since the 13-minute mark. Latrell Pickett kicked a goal for Melbourne, and Lewis from about 35 metres out directly in front should salute here. He comes in, deliberately stabs at it. It works back. The Hawks get another one, and it's into the 40s now. It is 48 points the margin now, and we're all excited because we've made a game of it. They're not going to win, but goodness me, at the 10-minute mark, 10-5-65 to 17-11, 113. Who would have thought?
Well, you might have to bite your tongue. That 8 goals could be that 8 goals. They've got 8 in if you add up all those minutes. How many they've kicked this quarter so far? It's 5, have they?
5.
They've kicked 5 straight in six actual minutes. So we're down to 14 actual minutes to go. If you kick 6 in 8, you can kick 8 in 14.
Statistically, yes.
That's why Gawn's back on the ground. There's no question. And I reckon they've made a mistake here, Hawks. They put Chol in the ruck. They've got to keep him away from the ruck and keep him on the ball.
And immediately
keep him in the forward line, rather.
Dees win the clearance off the boot of, I think it was Tholstrup or Sparrow. But it was chopped off by Hardwick. Hawks now just playing with a completely different mindset. They move it up the far wing by hand. Hill, Chol, inside 50, cuts in board, ran out of room, scrubs one. Another chance here for a 9th. No.
Wow. They're just dominating. Melbourne are not... I don't want to put panic into the Melbourne supporters, but Melbourne are not running. All of a sudden now they've got no targets forward. They're getting pressured. Kicks are going. In fact, they're going to lose this one as well. So, the Hawks are right in front here.
Morrison, short ball into the middle of the ground. Ward has been pretty productive this afternoon. Finds Will Day. Back to Ward. Handball over the top now. to Lewis. 70 out from goal. Spies Gunston in the pocket, but the kick's too wide. Out on the full. This will be a Demons ball. Deep in defence.
I reckon that D's, I know this is a big statement, will be that satisfied when that siren goes, because right now they are not producing anything.
Jath is the man with the free kick, runs off the line and kicks long, very high, but long to the wing, and Chol just out-bustles them all and takes the mark, and laconically gets onto that left boot. That was a scrubby old kick, but it bounced up okay for Hardwick. Hardwick goes out wide, finds Lewis, who's pushed himself a little bit further up the ground as a target, and it seems to be working for the Hawks. Lewis is about 80 from goal, out of side. Goes in short to the pocket, but Jath is there. His last two kicks, Mitch Lewis, have been very ordinary. And Jath gets another possession. Goes in short to Cozzy Pickett. Cozzy Pickett goes in short again by foot and finds Steele.
I think the settler will be if Melbourne can kick a goal and just break that sequence, because their mind at the moment is defence, defence, defence. They're not attacking at all, and they're hoping to kick a goal.
Steele went short to Sparrow. Sparrow dumps it long to half forward. Mraz over the back, flew from 3 deep and took a massive defensive mark. He has shown lots and plenty of signs this afternoon. Mraz. That's a Ginnivan who kicks to half forward. It was Day in a duel with Jath. Jath won it, gave it back to Gawn, to Steele, missed his target with the handball. Jath mops it up and he coughs it up. Here's Perez, off to Ward. Thought about a third and then hit up Gunston. And he's 30 metres out on a slight angle.
Inside 50s this quarter. It's quite remarkable. I haven't got the actual figures. I'll do the ads through here, but it's been a complete domination. You would not see the two sides such a contrast.
So Jack Gunston from 30 metres out, he stabs at the kick a little bit, and he didn't love it off the boot, but near enough is good enough, because he puts through Hawthorn's 9th goal in a row. And it's back down to 42 points, which sounds like a lot still, Mick, but considering it was 96, there's been domination from the Hawks in about a quarter and a half.
I don't think you can go back right through the history books. You're going to see sides that have won by 100 points or 90 points. You go through the history books, you'll probably never find a side that's gone from nearly 96 points down to 42 points that quick. It's quite bizarre that a side could be so dominant and then this game's not over. That's
when do you start to actually believe? Because they're still talking 7 goals here in 11
minutes. The Hawks will believe because they've kicked enough goals in that time, and they can duplicate. Because the way Melbourne are playing at the moment, Melbourne are playing defensively. They're not penetrating the forward line.
Well, out of the centre, they go inside 50. Do the D's by Sparrow. Out they come. Van Rooyen gets it away to Chandler. He's trying to work his way clear. Gets the handball, was chopped off. All done by Ryan, who just causes the ball up. At the 13-minute mark of the third quarter, Latrell Pickett kicked that goal, and they were 96 points in front at that stage. Since then, 9 unanswered goals to Hawthorn. From the ball up, Meek gets it down. Might have been a free kick over the shoulder to Newcombe, but the umpire said no. He was right there on the spot. And the ball rolls out of play. It'll be a boundary throw in. Melbourne in attack, right forward pocket, looking for their first goal since that 13-minute mark. And the Giants are doing a number by 22 points over Fremantle with not too long to go. So Freo's going to drop one here, and the Giants, they consistently do make you wonder sometimes, the Giants, with their up and down form. And a ball up now here at York Park. And Melbourne still in attack, about 45 metres around from their goal.
Meek just tapped it back into the attacking zone for the D's. Chandler on the outside showed some candy, but Sicily wasn't buying it. Harassed by Bodie Ryan. Centering ball off hands. Hawks will work it out here. Hardwick to Newcombe. Back to Hardwick under pressure. Got boots the ball. Cleared the defensive 50. Meek in front. Takes a strong mark. He had a man on his own who just slipped over momentarily, but got up to take the mark. It's Gunston a long way from home. Lays it off now to Day, who's he's hemmed in by 3 Ds. Has to evade a couple. He dodged and weaved and then had to scrub one forward on the left boot. Gunston was the target. They're slipping over everywhere out there. Dees ended up turning it over. Van Rooyen has it, taken by Meek. That's got to be holding the ball. Umpire says no. It goes over the boundary. Free kick for Alasu anyway. Hawks get it. Sicily laid it off to Day. Had to wait for a kind bounce. Ugly kick towards centre half forward. On the bounce, Dalton. Clever tap to McDonald. Shot on goal for Connor McDonald. 10 in a row, Hawthorn. We're into the 30s. It's back to a 6-goal margin, 36 points. Hawthorn go to 12-5-77. Melbourne 17-11, 113. The D's are out on their feet. Just a reminder, they led by 96 points, and it is back to 6 goals with 9.5 minutes remaining. This is one of the most bizarre games of football I've ever witnessed, Mick Malthouse.
That's 10 goals?
10 in a row.
10 in a row, from 96 to 36.
Yep.
There hasn't been a point in between those goals. And you mentioned, Chris, out on their feet. That became very evident about 5 minutes before three-quarter time. Melbourne could not go with Hawthorn's run, and it's proceeded again this quarter. So what Melbourne have to do here is get their best players on the ball. Get the forward line to play high so that they can come and contest the football, because that's the only way at the moment where they can, lack of work, will be able to get them there.
Free kick in the middle of the ground to Max Gawn. You can hear the boos, but he was held without the football. Kicks inside 50. They all run underneath it. No one can grab it out of here. Big lot of players. Just emerging with Sparrow. Got it to Fitzgerald, now to Cozzy Pickett. He just jammed it on the boot. Just going straight to Sicily. Sicily, what can he do from here? The Hawks have just got to keep peppering away goals.
Well, they've got players everywhere, the Hawks. They're all free.
More out wide to the outer side. Spots his man in Hardwick, who's had a really good term, like a lot of his mates. He kicks down the line. Gunston down the wing. Didn't take the mark. In goes Perez. Ginnivan's trying to wrench it out of there, but they block it up. That's on the outer side wing. 12 goals, 577 Hawthorn. 17-11, 113. Gee, the Demons have just absolutely hit the pause button. Newcomb knocks it down. Taken by Morrison. His quick kick. It's all falling into place for Hawthorn. Connor McDonald takes the mark. You mentioned, Mick, that Melbourne have had the bye. Maybe they've run out of puff. They've given all their petrol tickets in the first three quarters. Long kick inside 50. Over the back, Chol can't rove the footy, and it is a ball up. The umpire calls for it. Right forward pocket. Hawthorn in attack.
Well, it makes you wonder about that. You come back fresh, but can you sustain that effort? Well, clearly that's the answer. No, they can't.
Gee, Chol played rover, couldn't quite get boots a ball. Flying shot from Gunston as he was falling. He was knocked off it as he attempted to kick. Clearing ball. This will be out of bounds and a lasso free kick. It'll go Hawthorn's way.
We'll just keep coming back too, because Melbourne's set up at the moment is all their players except one are in the back 50. Well, that does not help your side at all.
Hardwick has it. Middle of York Park. Got a 2-on-1 out wide. Sicily's gone forward. He juggled it. Was he held in the contest? Umpire said no. Fell to D'Ambrosio. He had Mitch Lewis in the pocket. He couldn't quite get it to him. Knocked over. And the Hawks continue to pepper.
Oh, panic. Let me tell you, when you've got all your players in the back 50, there's only one thing to be said, and that is you are really disorganised, number one. You're collapsing, number two, and you're panicking. Real panic. You cannot afford to let your forward line collapse.
Bowie off the ruck tap, just throws it up in the air. Van Rooyen crashed the pack. Langford was taken in a strong tackle. Cries of ball. He's going to be pinged. Bailey McDonald has it. Just outside defensive 50 for the Hawks.
He's good for this. He's got a 50-metre kick on him every day of the week. I don't think he wants to use it, though.
He's just going to set it up by the looks of things. Top of the square, high ball in from Bailey McDonald. They set themselves at the front of the pack. The mark's been taken. Will Day has floated forward.
That's horrible stuff by Melbourne. All the talls are down there, and he's a midfielder. I realise he's got 190-something centimetres, but to allow him to jump in front is quite bizarre.
Will Day from 25 metres out directly in front, pops it through. Are we witnessing the impossible? Hawthorn slice it down to an even 5 goals. 30 points the margin here in Launceston. 13-5-83 to Melbourne 17-11, 113, 6.5 minutes left, and I'll repeat it, Mick, it still sounds like an uphill battle. 5 goals to be kicked by the Hawks, but they were down by nearly 100. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, cracking finish coming up, an extraordinary final last 6 minutes.
Well, 6 minutes. Well, 6-6-6. Melbourne would be really now. They've got to get their best players on. There's no question. Anyone else who's substitute to that, leave him off.
Back in the centre. Dylan Moore tries to barge his way through and cops a high tackle. Advantage rule paid. It goes to Josh Ward. The Hawks are going to go inside 50 again. A horrible old kick from Ward off the side of the boot. And it's been marked by Rivers.
And they can't go into a shell, Melbourne. The idea here is to see if they can score.
Well,
and if they can break that shackle of the score, because they haven't scored this quarter, have they, Melbourne?
No.
So they've had the ball only inside their front 50 probably 2 or 3 times in that time. And right now, all their players are behind again.
They might try and run the clock down a little bit for a little while if they can take the ball out of the hands of Hawthorn. So the kick over the top goes to McDonald. Back to Barras. Barras goes in short and finds Ward. He's at half back. So Ward half back on the point of the square. On the outer side, Josh Ward. They can't afford to take too much time, Hawthorn. They've just got to keep going if they're going to get anywhere near this target. D'Ambrosio takes the mark. Then goes a little handball away to Moore. His handball is chopped off to Meek. Well done by Jack Steele, and then he just handballed it away under enormous pressure. Meeks, another tackle. Now it goes to Jack Steele. Quick kick by Tolstrup is a good one, and finds Bailey Fritsch right in front of us in the broadcast position. Fritsch goes into the middle of the ground to find Cozzy Pickett. What's he got in front of him? He's got Ed Langdon in space, and Langdon could take the mark. And a little handball or a kick over the top to Jath is on. No, he decides he wants to take a bit of time off the clock.
Got to take 30 seconds, Mickey. Yeah. Right now, this is where you take your 30 seconds. You lead by 96 points, and here we are saying you need to take the 30 seconds off. It's a remarkable match.
11 unanswered goals to Hawthorn, and Melbourne, haven't scored. 11 straight to Hawthorn, incredibly. And Melbourne sitting on 17-11, 113. Crowd booing Ed Langdon. He's got a bit of elevation in the kick. It's not going to be a goal. Up they fly. Barras has taken them up. Uncontested, Barras takes it and then spreads it to Moore at half-back. He ducks back inboard, gives it away to D'Ambrosio. The handball over the top, Morrison. D'Ambrosio's dealt with after he got rid of the handball, or as he did, and he'll get a free kick. Chris Rowbottom for ABC Sport.
D'Ambrosio pokes it into the middle of the ground where Newcomb awaits. He's got Bailey McDonald running shotgun, and they got players out wide to the Hawks. Perez takes the mark. On the logo, outer side, kicks forward. Sicily the target, couldn't reel it in. 2 demons come and crash the pack and force it over the line.
Had Mitch Lewis in space on a lead.
Clear, absolutely clear. They just dropped, it was Lever, just dropped off him. And that's the trouble at the Melbourne at the moment. They are dropping off their players to protect the ground behind, but Hawthorn is spotting the players. That's what's really exposing Melbourne.
Deep in attack for the Hawks. Out of the ruck contest, knocked back towards the boundary. It's over. And another ball in. So it's still Melbourne by 30 points with just under 4 minutes remaining. It remains highly unlikely.
Yeah, but we've seen it.
Stranger things have happened.
While Gawn's out there, they've got a chance because he will control the ruck.
Flipped in by the umpire, and he gets in front on this occasion. Knocks it into the path of a teammate. They scramble it out of the defensive 50. There's a one-on-one out wide. Barras and Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen leads Barras to the footy. Won the ball, but his handball only went as far as Hardwick. He moved it back to Bailey McDonald, back to Hardwick. Scans the field, tries to slice the ball into the middle of the ground. Does so successfully. D'Ambrosio. Centre wing out aside. Strokes a long left foot ball in. Chol from 2 deep. Flies across and takes the mark. He's going to waste no time. He's Marbior Chold, usually a slow, deliberate, laconic approach. But he can't be doing that if Hawthorn are any sniff here. He has to go back and slot it.
Well, it's on the right side of the body for him. His left footer coming in from the right pocket, so he really should be able to knock this over. He's been pretty deadly today so far.
35 metres out on a slight angle, 45 degree. This would be number 5 if you can make good on the kick. Slightly nervous approach. He likes it. He puts it through. We're back to a 24-point ball game. Time is going to be the enemy of the Hawks, but an extraordinary comeback nonetheless. 14-5, 89 Hawthorn, trail Melbourne 17-11, 113.
9 goals in this final term.
9 goals straight.
Great.
It is. 9 straight, and it's how many in a row? 11.
11 in a row. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 in a row.
That's 12 in a row. You wouldn't read this, could you?
It's
going to go down. When you look at the score at the end of the year, we're going to go, it's only 3 or 4 goal difference.
My score sheet looks ridiculous. Populated Melbourne right-hand side, populated Hawthorn on the left. In the second half, crazy. Up it goes. Meek just bashes it forward. Cossie Pickett's going to get there first, but he fumbled. They're taken by Ward. Ward, the handball over the top. Away to Ginnivan. Ginnivan's kick is run down. He gets the rebound back. Might have another go at it. Ginnivan's kick is off target. The first behind that Hawthorn have kicked for a while, but they are absolutely in full flight, the Hawks. 28 minutes gone, 14. 690 to 17-11, 113. That score is just stagnating at the moment for the Demons. So back into play. Melbourne take it to half-back. Perez is in there for Hawthorn. Langford, he's tackled, taken to ground. Umpire said, give it to me. Ball up. 28 and a half minutes gone. 14-690 to 17-11, 113.
Forward handball from Ward, picked off by Bowie. Kick around the body, knocked away by Fritsch.
That's well done by Fritsch. Really well done. Normally a forward like him coming up the ground is going to contest the mark, but he knew he had to get his fist to it.
Demons by 23 points after leading by 96.
It's bizarre.
Hot favourites here to hold on as Gawn just threw Meek out of the contest. Somehow got away with it. Took the footy away. And that's going to be a downfield free kick now against Ginnivan, who dumped his opponent upon getting rid of the ball. Chandler's going to take it. They got players streaming towards goal. Fritsch will take it. He's dragged down by
almost be 50
his opponent as well in Barras.
Well, that's the other thing. That bit of play there that's finished it.
Yep.
And if it wasn't over already, it will be now if Bailey Fritsch puts this through to restore a 29-point margin with 1:37 on the clock.
Well, he's just got to take 30 seconds, regardless of what the pressure is.
So Bailey Fritsch, who's had a very good afternoon indeed, was one of the architects, puts through goal number 5 and puts a button on it. The D's will hold on. The scoreboard will say it's a 29-point advantage, but it's been so much closer than that. They hold off the charge. 18-11, 119 Melbourne. Hawthorn 14-6-90. Dying stages, fourth and final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport from York Park in Launceston. Michael Maney and Mick Malthouse.
Woke us up anyway, didn't it?
Well, we're going to take a deep breath. I guess, you know, the way Melbourne were playing, you would think, Melbourne are going to win this game, and you'd like to see the way it is that they should win it. But full credit to Hawthorn. Melbourne couldn't respond. Melbourne could not do anything about it. You can't, as a top side, you cannot get 10 or 12 goals kicked against you in a row. So luck of the draw, really.
Gawn takes it out of the ruck and then boots it forward. All of a sudden, Melbourne in the van to get a couple in a row. And Van Rooyen might join his mate on 5 goals here. He's booted 4.
It's been very good, Van Rooyen.
Just got in front and took the chest mark in front of Barras. And Jacob Van Rooyen will silence this parochial Hawthorn crowd at York Park with his 5th goal. to take the margin out to just a point under 6 goals. To re-establish a little bit of something for the D's. Van Rooyen gets under it. Good-looking kick, though. He's got a handful and celebrates with a number of players. 5 goals to Jacob Van Rooyen, and all of a sudden they move to 19-11, 125. Hawthorn 14-6-90. And as you said, Mick Malthouse, that is the end of that. They would have run out of time anyway. 31, almost 32 minutes gone on the clock now, but there's been a lot of goals kicked in this quarter. I think there's been 11 goals kicked in the term.
Yeah.
So, but Max Gawn once again taking it out of the ruck from the centre and just jamming it on his boot, and then Van Rooyen just doing the business.
So Van Rooyen kicks his 5th. Bailey Fritsch has 5 as well for the D's. It was all set up early. Into the final 30 seconds. Out of the middle. Hawthorn will go again here. Dylan Moore gains some ground. Sends the Hawks inside 50. And that's a good defensive mark taken by Tholstrup, who holds it up inside the D50 for the D's. Comes out to the near side. Pack forms. Getting to the front was Jefferson, who showed some real signs early.
Yeah, he's going to be all right, this kid. He's not, and even that kick down to look up quickly.
Kicks to half forward where Fritsch marks. Siren sounds. And it was almost the miraculous. But it was magical from Melbourne, who got out to a 96-point lead. They weathered the storm to hold on to win by 35. Their 10th of the season. The Demons send a message to the competition.
It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should all acquaintance be pulled up, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
19-11, 125 the D's defeat Hawthorn 14-6-90. It brings to an end the 12-game winning streak here at York Park in Launceston. The Demons win on their first visit to northern Tasmania in a home and away game. They held off a fast-finishing Hawthorn. They led by as many as 96 points. They win by 35. Get their 10th win of the season. It was set up by Jacob Van Rooyen and Bailey Fritsch, who kicked 10 goals between them. 5 each to JVR and Bailey Fritsch, 2 each to Harry Sharp, Latrell Pickett and Harry Petty. Singles to Bailey Laurie, Ed Langdon and Matthew Jefferson. For the Hawks, Mabior Chol played a lone hand up forward with 5 majors. Josh Ward hit the scoreboard with 2. Ginnivan had 2, Connor McDonald had 1, Mitch Lewis a single, Gunston, Day and Dalton all had singles as well. So the Demons hold on by 35 points to record a invaluable win over the Hawks here in Launceston. The second time they'll beat Hawthorn for the season. But my word, Mick Malthouse, it wasn't without a fright at the end.
Well, it was a mighty performance by the Hawks after a mighty performance by the D's. And we spoke about this at half-time, and that, you know, where does this game go now? And the test to me was always going to be how Melbourne handle it. Not expecting them to go and kick, multitude of goals, but to see how they handle a Hawthorn that would have been pretty much revved up to make a decision about where they stood as far as a side in third position. In fact, I just looked at the ladder. I'm trying to get this ladder up to date, but I reckon Melbourne have probably taken over Geelong in 6th place with that position. But their percentage could have been so much better. Anyway, let's get back to the game. So Hawthorn,
they have, Mick. Yeah, they're up. They've cleared Melbourne by Geelong by a game, so they're in 6th now. The D's.
Yeah. So I take nothing away from the Hawks. I still think the Hawthorn side will be a force in the finals. Melbourne, by this win, now given that chance to say no. There's not many games left. We can win over half of them, which puts us probably in the top 6. And if they keep pressing, they could even finish higher. Destiny's in their own hands now, the D's, whereas we probably wouldn't be thinking that early in the season going, well, we're, on the back of Melbourne last year, what have they got? They've lost Petrarca, they've lost Oliver. New coach, new type of system. Can players get better? Well, a few of their players have got better under this coach, and not only got better but made the side stronger in areas that they were quite weak. We'll look at this game at the end of the year when we see the scoreboard and go, oh yeah, it was a good solid win, but Melbourne at their best, and probably Hawthorn perhaps 15-20% off their best. Melbourne tore them apart. Now, as we said, this is off the back of a bye. We don't know what the effects of the bye. But Hawthorn's ability to fight back was enormous. And basically because what they were able to do got Meek all of a sudden a bit angry. His tap work, in fact, I was trying to do the votes, and you think, well, this is an easy one to do. But by halfway through the third quarter, you're thinking, well, hang on, this is not going according to plan. By midway through the last quarter, you're thinking, is there a position for a Hawthorn player to squeeze into the top three? And by the end of it, you're thinking, well, maybe they can get two there. So
hold that thought, Mick. Yep. We're going to go downstairs for the Melbourne song.
Sing a song to you. What a six, you know, the greatest big forgot. If you are the red and the blue.
There it is, just recapping the D's winners by 35 points. And you were talking, Pink, about at one point finding a Hawthorn player in the three votes sounded
not that far away. That's right. Well, it was more than just the top three votes. You're thinking, well, where does one of their players actually fit in? Then up jumps Ward. 2 goals, it's 25 possession. Hardwick, you just know that he's not going to stop. 25 possessions. Chol comes in and kicks 5 straight, nonchalant as he is. This time he's I think in the last couple of seasons he's demonstrated how important he can be, what sort of player he is. So he's taken some marks low down, high. He's got them on the run. You throw in players. I'm just trying to... the young player playing his first game on the back line. What was his name? Miraz. 12 marks. And I'd say that over half of those would have been contested. Yeah. He's a real find. Yeah. And it makes you wonder when you look at him, particularly with his size. I think he's about 198, 20 years of age. On today's performance, this kid's got a massive future. Yeah. It's now... with Battle coming off an appendix coming out, he may miss next week. Where does he fit in? What it does do, it gives, because with Sicily down there, you can't have 4 tools, I don't reckon, on the ground at the same time. Does that mean that Sicily now can be switched to a medium and be that fall-off player? So this could be another bit of ammunition for Mitchell to think about. It's hard to see that kid on today's performance falling out of the side, particularly with his contested marks. So they've got a big plus there. The plus for Melbourne is that they're still able to hold the side down to 1 goal by half-time. One of the sides is in the top 3. So we can't take a lot off Melbourne outside the fact in the last half, or they failed in the last half. And because they had such a big lead, they were able to get away with it, even though up here we were thinking they had a chance. So under the circumstances, both sides will walk away going, Hawthorn, we lost, but we had a win by not going down any more than, say, 5 or 6 goals. In fact, we got within 4 goals from being 96 points down. Melbourne will go away going, doesn't matter, we've got the 4 points. We may have gone to sleep. We'll learn from that. We know now that our best is unbelievable, and it is. Our worst can be we give up 12 goals in a row. That's got to be addressed. You as a coach, I'd be going, I'm always half empty. I look at that and I'd say you put the best in your back pocket, and the worst you go, we've got to examine. We must examine why they were able to do that. Was it fitness? Was it cockiness? Do we get the balance right? Max scoring dominant in the first half. I've squeezed him in for a vote, but Meek really fought back really well, and gave Hawthorn the ascendancy through the middle. So I might have to talk myself out of Max getting a vote, but so the Hawks, they'll go away with a loss, but I don't think they'll go away with a humiliating loss.
It's this bizarre situation, isn't it, where a Melbourne supporter or a member of staff could easily look at this game as a glass half empty, and a Hawthorn supporter might look at it as a glass half full, given how the game turned out. So it's one of the strangest games of football I've ever seen, how different things were in each half, and I think it was just reflective of modern footy and the way things can change so quickly with the rules and the speed and the way that the game is played now. 100 points in 1995, Mick.
Yeah.
You sacked the coach just about. In 2026, you can come back.
Yeah. Well, I've seen big comebacks. There's no question I've seen big comebacks, but I don't think I've ever seen a comeback when you're absolutely look like you're getting thrashed.
So, thoughts from Michael Malthouse there, and we're trying to get a Melbourne player down there. I'm not really quite sure whether we'll have time enough for that, but what a game of footy. Melbourne by 35 points. Hawthorn without Impey, Reeves, Battle, Amon, Weddle and Scrimshaw.
Let's go one at a time. Impey run off the half-back line.
Yep.
Reeves secondary ruck. Meek jumped up in that second half. Make no mistake about that. Mind you, Gawn was still reasonable.
I tell you who we've spoken about all the outs in the back line for Hawthorn. I don't think we mentioned Nick Watson once.
Nick Watson, yeah.
No, we haven't mentioned him.
Yeah.
Well, the bull didn't get in there. He may make no difference at half time. But there's no question. I haven't lost any faith that Hawthorn can be a prominent side in September, because they've got all the goods. Their back line, you'll add a few of those blokes, as you say, Michael. A few of those blokes will go back in that back line. Watts in the forward pocket. Their midfield, I'm not surprised that Day wasn't dominant, even though he played okay. Yeah. But a player that's had little pre-season because of injury takes a long time to catch up. And when they've played a couple of games, sometimes that exhausts the body. So he's got to come back again. But the Hawks have you around the mark. Melbourne have done. They've said we are not going to accept the fact that we're aside from last year. We are going to push for that top four.
Yep, it was a remarkable day of footy. Andrew Cooling's downstairs. He's got an interview lined up. We're going to hold off on that one, though, and maybe bring that one to you during the coverage of one of the other games tonight. But the news from Launceston is that Melbourne held off a fast-finishing Hawthorn. We're up by 96 points, eventually won by 35 to notch up their 10th win of the season. Looks like the Giants are going to get it done over the Dockers in Canberra as well, currently in front by 27. For now, though, we're going to send you off to Carrara for the Gold Coast.